Oh my god. So much food. So much turkey. You know what the worst part is? So my family, the family I like to celebrate Christmas with, is a type that wants to fucking, like, they're like, if you don't take it home, we're just gonna throw it away because we're not gonna eat it. So I end up taking some home, and then I'm gorging for the next 2 days after. Turkey is too much. Turkey is never too much. Turkey is a prime cut of bird. Cut of bird. Yeah, cut of bird. A prime cut of bird. But goddamn, it is filling. It is a thick fucking bird. For being a lean bird, it is very, very thick and filling. Let's see. You just go straight into the game when launched. Passed out halfway through stream. Oh, I might. I just might. Actually, today is one of the few days, your first day I haven't had turkey for dinner. I think I could handle it, man. It's a bit much. It's a bit much. Okay. Subsiding on turkey sandwiches too. Turkey sandwiches during the day and then turkey for dinner. It's like, oh god, so much turkey. I don't want it to go to waste though. Like I said, that part of that family is like, if you don't eat it, we're just gonna toss it. I'm like, you're just gonna toss all this perfectly good turkey? You know how many sandwiches you can make of the rest of this bird? I mean, that bird did fill a lot of people, but still. There is quite a bit left. Refuse to eat food, waste food, right? Okay, so what I want to do... I spent the last bit of the last stream gearing up, so I should be able to just go into these, so... Let's see what we have here. 1, 2, there's a monster over that way. Main quest is back at the orphanage. You people throw away food, it pisses me. It pisses me off too, that's why I took all the turkey. Fuck, what's that show where that dude's like, there's a lot of meat on that bone. Put that in a pot, add some broth, potato. Maybe you got a stew going. I only took one bone. I took one of the big fucking legs, but that will also make a good soup at some point in the near future. I should take the other leg. Well, that's fine. I could do it with one leg. Leg soup. Okay, I don't remember what these quests are. One second.
Take your time to look around.
This is not the quest board. I'm trying to settle in, man. I have been so fucking busy the past since Christmas Eve. I've been so fucking busy every single fucking day. But now I have some downtime. So I might seem a little out of it, more so than usual. Okay, key heaving, warehouse key. Okay, prototype orbital gun. Good job, and attack by monsters behind a causeway. Type for gooning. That's right. Biggest monster, helm cancer plus. I think I should do this gun one first. So sometimes in Trails games, there are quests where you're supposed to equip a certain piece of equipment and then do combat with it. I don't remember if this one is one of those, but I'm gonna do it first.
What'll it be?
No, just upstairs. Upstairs, okay. Carl! I came from Zeiss to do some market research on this orbital gun I'm building. But on the way, I ran into some nasty monsters on the Ina Causeway. I panicked, dropped the bag with my prototype inside, and just bolted. Oh, we saw your request on the bulletin board. You're trying to track down that prototype orbital gun, right? Yeah, that's right. Please find it if you can. Now, I may have to have this gun equipped. Actually, actually, on second thought, there might be mixing this up with another quest. I think in this game it's shoes that you have to equip. And I think that's not until the next city. The last time we played this, we went to Ruan. We completely... Yeah, we finished Crony Pass. We left the other town, Bose. Did the Crone Trail, did Menorah Village and the Lighthouse. I think I do go to the Lighthouse later. Went to the orphanage. Then we met the matron Teresa and the orphans. Made it to Ruan, did a little bit of some missions here. We also visited Chloe's school, although she had to leave. She was at the party. We also met one of my favorite characters, Agate Krosner, the man with the very big sword. And now we're just finishing some of these side quests next. And then the last time, at the end of the last stream, we also saw that someone has someone lit the orphanage on fire. Someone attempted to murder these children. On Christmas, man. What the fuck? Okay, since the key is right here, or the key quest is in here, I'm just gonna do this one first instead. Wrong way. Here we are. Harg. Now that is a name. Excuse me, sir. Are you Mr. Harg? Yeah, I'm Harg, but... Oh, are you folks bracers? Yeah, that's right. You lost your warehouse key, right? That's right. Just the other day, I was on a job moving barrels around the crane and into the warehouse. I must have lost it around there. I was having a drink at the Aqua Rosa bar, and I'm sure I had it then. That's why I believe I must have lost it around there. That's about all I know right now. We'll keep that in mind. If we learn anything, we'll contact you again. Of course, I'm counting on you. Until later then.
Let's begin.
One thing I brought up last time is that as you progress through this game, the towns become more and more technologically advanced. The first town we started in was very low-key. It was built in like a small castle fortress kind of fortifications, and there was some lamps here and there, but other than that, it just kind of looked like a early 1900s, late 1800s kind of town. The town after that had an entire mall in the middle of it, along with a lot more advanced lighting, lamps and the like, electric lamps. And now we have this port town, which has a whole ass crane, metal box containers. This looks more like mid 1900s, I would say. I don't know when cranes are invented. Sorry, mechanical cranes like this. I suppose all cranes are mechanical, aren't they? Okay, so there's a key around here. I think I know where it is. And by that, I mean I'm going to fast forward and go around this area and see if I can find it. Ah, here we are. I think I saw something shine. I knew it. There's something in the water. I wonder what it is. There's the issue with Harg, so I'd like to check it out, but... What do? We can't just splash around in there, can we? If only we had some kind of tool to hook it up with or something. Gee, Estelle. I wonder what we could use to fish out this key. Something definitely fell. I'd love to check it out, but we can't reach it. I think we can pick it up. We have some kind of tool to pick it up with. A little redundant. I think we could pick it up if we had some kind of tool to pick it up with. Thank you, Estelle. Okay, I need a tool. Luckily, this game likes to mark where everything is. I don't remember if that was marked in the original. Because I don't remember if you had a mini-map in the original. Upstairs. Ah, look at this. Fishing rods. There are fishing tools placed here. I wonder if we can borrow this. We can ask someone who works here. I think the bartender's on the first floor. Yeah, you're right. I don't think these guys are anybody important. Now, some Trails fans will actually go out of their way to talk with every single NPC in this game. No shade on them, but man, that sounds very time-consuming. I like the world building and the intricate details they give to the NPCs, but I ain't about to talk to every single one. Just to see the different dialogue. I think I saw a fishing pole on the second floor. Can we borrow it? Sure thing. His name is Squatto. Or is it Squirrel? Squatto. Just ask and I'll lend it to you anytime. Borrow the fishing pole. Borrowed percussive rod. Once you're done with that, return it to me. Now that we have our rod of almighty fishery, let's go get this key. I wonder what's in there. It would be great if we could check it out, but it's a little too far out of reach. I think we could pick it up if we had some kind of tool to hook it. Oh, I know. Estelle using her 3 brain cells. Ta-da! I see, so use a fishing rod, or fishing. You'll use a fishing hook to pull it up. Joshua, throw me for a loop there with his dialogue. Well, won't that be difficult? Just watch the awesome moves of your big sister Estelle. Yeah, I'll go for it. Concentrate. And pull. Obtain warehouse key. Nice, for Harg. Look, I fished it out. Wow, Estelle, that was impressive. I didn't think it would actually work. Hey, that's not really a compliment. But I'm glad it worked out. This has to be the key that Harg was looking for. Who would have thought it'd be in a place like this? Let's go and bring it to Harg. Right.
I didn't expect your fishing skills to come in handy here, Estelle.
Maybe I should have brought my own rod. I bet there were other requests I could have solved by fishing.
I highly doubt that.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember if there was... I know you could fish at the hotel, which you did last time. Or, the inn, rather. It might be the second game where fishing becomes like a ongoing mechanic. I don't quite remember. I know it's in like every game after that. Sorry to bother you during work. Oh, what's up? Oh, could it be? Yeah, we found it. Isn't it this key? Hand it over. Warehouse key. Wow, this is it. There's no mistaking it. Thank you so much. I don't know what I've done without it. By the way, why is it tangled up in fishing line? Well, a lot happened. Well, it's alright. I'll see you folks later. Thanks again.
One and done.
So I have a sippy of my hot tea. Mint tea. It is very, very cold out. I just realized my cheer buff is permanently applied, and I don't know why. Oh well. You know what solves that? Is to reapply the blessing. And that changes it. There we go. I should have a melted candy cane. Since Christmas is over. There's an event in here. Oh, this might be what unlocks fishing. Maybe.
Oh, you want to place an order?
Squatto. Return the fishing pole. Return progressive rod. Hey there, were the fish biting today? Let me know if you're hungry. I'll make the world's tastiest food for you. Okay, no. I think, does he unlock?
This is good.
No, he doesn't, but he does sell shit. Okay, so 1600 HP, cure freeze, cure mute. That's actually very good. Because freeze and mute, all of the status effects are fucking annoying, but...
I got it.
Freeze is really annoying because it can insta-kill you. And mute is something you never want because magic is very strong in these games. Healthy rice porridge. Wow, this gives CP and a huge boost in health, so my potions are starting to suck.
It's decided.
See you later.
I'll need to get some more, I think. Okay, so... that's done. Next we can do this fight. The cancer. The helmet cancer. That's right, I don't think you can... So this game is a stickler for its details. I don't think you can leave the town if you still have the fishing rod. I think you have to bring it back. Let's go and save.
According to the map, this path is called the Ina Causeway.
Ina, huh? Speaking of, I wonder how Ina's doing.
She's probably enjoying a drink or two, now that Cheryl's also back.
Okay, so I want items. Hidden treasures. I'm gonna kill one of these monsters, see how the XP looks. I set a time to get before. This game likes to keep you in a certain level range, so you have a good idea. Oh, I did. Whatever. You have a good, oh, look how small the piggies are! You get a good idea of your progress by killing some shit and seeing how much XP you get.
My turn.
Okay, so these guys are weak to water and fire. Interesting. Can I aim that? No, I can't. Okay, I might be able to hit both of them.
Here we go.
Dripping rocket. See, I should be pretty weak. So I think I'm not gonna get too much XP out these guys, which is fine. I have a frame of reference. Fireballs.
Let's go.
So actually has Flare X, right? Firebolt X. Oh, they're weak to air too. These pigs are weak to everything.
I'll be your opponent. Let us begin. Fire! Stun!
Oh, what?
Burn.
Damn. That was awesome. No XP?
Let's get moving.
It's alright. So that tells you I'm a little over level for these monsters. Look at these flowers. I'm gonna hit the turbo button. This. Okay, let's see how much XP. Oh, I still got more. Okay, this I can just blow him up with fire. Yeah, he's really weak to fire. Alright, I should be able to just kill him.
I'll be your opponent.
No XP?
That went better than I thought.
Oh, okay. There's a decent amount of XP for those flowers. Okay. So pigs are worthless. Flowers, kind of sus.
The enemy's
There's
strong.
actually a path up
Keep
here, is it
cool.
not? No, there's not. Okay. What about these chickens? I didn't actually kill one of these earlier. Because there's any other area in front of the, there's a genus. It's genus. There's a genus because it's spelled the same as, well, anyway. These chickens might be worth quite a bit because they're elites. I think it just stagger them. Might be in a stealth stagger. Here we go.
Let's switch it up.
Alright.
Keep
Chain.
at it.
Yeah. You're mine.
Still weak to fire. You'll actually hit all these guys. Maybe.
Let's go.
They won't return. Already, Zarzik. We'll see you soon.
Don't let up.
AoE. AoE them down. Called for an adult. I didn't know we had that move. The baby pigs can call for adults.
Fire!
I need adult.
You're up.
Yeah. I'll change the tide of battle. I'm going all out.
Damn. Flicker. I want this chicken's XP. Alice! Welcome, Alice. How was your Christmas, Alice? You celebrate.
Burn.
And also Merry Christmas, Merry belated Christmas.
I won't let you.
If you celebrate.
My turn.
Oh, I didn't.
Joshua, do
Look
it.
at her.
Gotcha.
Oh, good.
Joshua.
Got it. Gotcha.
Alright, chicken. Let's see how much XP you're worth. You die dramatically, you should have lots. Oh yeah, and a level. Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
I did it.
Okay, so chickens are worth killing. Chickens are always worth killing. It's on a family, good. Hate stuff, good. Kiki being a mass echo, good. Kiki's your new pet, right? Did I get that right? And Kiki is a cat? Or am I thinking of someone else? It drops. Goblet of Life is very nice. Okay, the monster's here. But I don't remember where the gun is. Let's do some upgrades here. Stone. Should probably actually put some on. I just want Joshua's strength at 150. There we go. Let's get the Draven. Kiki is the cat. Okay, Kiki is the cat. Okay. And Echo's right. Okay. Yeah, Echo's a dog. Okay. The German Shepherd. And Magic. I should probably give these to Joshua actually. Put him at 150. Put the rest of my stuff. What is still like behind?
We have superior numbers.
Six. Okay, the creepy it's creepy sheeps. No, these aren't creepy sheeps. These are the fuzzballs. I can't remember what they're called. But I have to kill them fast so they run away. I'm pretty sure. There we go. That should give me a lot of XP. The little blue sheep things are worth a lot. They're like slimes in Dragon Quest. No, that's good that you had a good Christmas. I know this time of year could be like really, at least for me, this time of year is really fucking busy. I've been out and about for the past 4 days.
I won't let you.
Nice and downtime. A little bit of downtime before New Year's, so New Year's isn't as big for me. I don't really,
Payback time.
I'll be your opponent.
but I do keep it open. Because more often than not, you get that last minute invite. Oh, let's go do this for New Year's. Like, all right.
Burn.
Big hits. Big hits. Nice and a critical.
Estelle.
Yeah. Bonus. I'm on fire.
I was complaining earlier that I have like fucking stuff. I got some badass itis, man. Too much turkey. So much fucking turkey. And then I'm the one that takes leftovers home, right? Because I hate seeing it go to waste.
Let us begin.
I've had maybe a few too many turkey sandwiches the past 2 days, and it's a pain in the
Here
place
we
for
go.
I'm being fucking tired all the time, man. That shit makes me lethargic.
Faster. Leave it to me.
I have a crit.
Let us begin.
Burn.
Too slow.
Shit, I should have chained. Oh well.
I'm on fire.
This should be his death. These chickens are worth a lot of XP.
Let's keep it up.
Nice job, Joshua.
That's one of the tetracyclic towers. The Azure Tower.
Oh shit, the tower's here,
Since
that's
we're
right.
Why not check it out?
Fucking pig, man. I'm trying to look at the tower.
Treasure found.
I'm actually gonna look at Animal Channel on my Discord. Oh, hold on, 1 second. Let me, my game's gonna go quiet for a second here, because I gotta click off it. However, Let's see. Animal pigs. I see the Kiki has slain the echo. Look how small it is. It's a kitten. It's just a baby.
Joshua, dodge it!
I don't want to fight any of these. Ah, here's the boss. Okay. Oh, nothing over here. Okay, so it's just the fucking boss. Okay. Which in fact didn't. They took a nap like like a top echo. Perfect. I'm reminded that there was an old Looney Tunes cartoon way back. And I remember where the big bulldog gets a kitten and would place it on his back while he slept. Okay, I hope I have what I need to kill these things. Oh god, they have reflect. Okay. I probably should have healed before I started this fight. Okay. We'll wake to Earth. Reflect is not good though.
I can take them all.
Completely weak to all elements. Okay. So what I need to do is I need to Earth Guard. And I think spread a bit. I think these guys are AoE heavy.
Here we go.
Oh god, okay. Okay, Reflect sucks. I need to heal us is what I need to do. Okay.
Healing.
There's zero cast, so this should pop us up.
I won't let you.
Okay, this is gonna suck. Okay, nice.
Payback time. Here we go.
Same situation, just biting yours. So we had to stop it. He didn't care, just let it happen. At least he's gentle with the cat, which is good. It's a good.
I won't let you.
There's always that fear that the much larger dog is going to hurt the cat somehow. But if he's that gentle with her now,
Ready at any time.
perfect.
I'm going all out.
Excellent. Okay. I don't want him to cast. Where is my impede? There it is. Now I think impede goes through reflect. I don't remember, but we're gonna find out.
Here. Take this. Faster.
It does not. Okay, good to know. Luckily we have Earth Guard, which is perfect. Now with the reflect down, I can start chaos branding. Oh!
My turn.
I suppose normally I would have Estelle do a mass AoE, but I need her to spam Earth Guard.
I
Stat.
can take them all.
Something's coming. Get ready.
Oh, I have a arena wide. Wow, these guys are okay. There we go. I have an arena wide heal. Interesting. Okay. Earth Guard. We need to upkeep Earth Guard, or we're going to
Here we
die.
go.
She drags her to the back of her neck, but she does equally
Leave
as
it to
bad
me.
sometimes, so we let him figure it out. That's with a gentle plump. Oh yeah, that's good. Especially while she's still small, you can still that gentleness will carry over when she gets a little bit of size to her too. Okay, this guy has no reflect now. Chaos Bird, Chaos Bird, Chaos Bird. They still have reflect. That doesn't matter. Zero cast.
Faster.
Nice. Perfect. Guard.
Leave it to me.
Now we can start turning this around. How was my Christmas? My Christmas was very good. Very busy. Much like yourself, a lot. Gave out presents. Out and about, morning to evening, hanging out with friends and family. Always very, very, very busy. And I was complaining last week that I left everything to the last. I always leave my present buying to the last moment, the last 2 days before Christmas. But as always, I managed to pull it off. So nobody was left out. Nobody was forgotten. And I always tell myself, next year, I'm going to buy all my stuff early, buy earlier in the month. Get them all wrapped up so I'm not crunching for time the last 2 days before Christmas. But it's really easy for me to say that, and then it's a lot easier for me to not do it. Okay, let's upkeep this confusion. Okay, yeah, giving Joshua Chaos Brand was definitely the play. Nice, they can break each other's guard and reflect, which is perfect. Let's get this one next.
Let us begin. I'll be your opponent.
The big one's no longer confused. I just cycled through these guys with their confusion. Debuff. It's not the fastest way to kill. I feel like they nerfed the damage on the spell in the remake,
I'll
but
get you all.
this is by far the safest way to these fights.
Let us begin.
The only thing is Joshua's gonna have a little bit of mana issues. If you're lucky these are because of a good trading. I wish I could say the same.
I can take them all.
Stay calm.
But I always buy like a bundle of shit for everyone. Well, I say shit, but I mean casual making shit. But the other thing too is the young ones, the kids. I also buy a lot of stuff for them too. So when I go visit somebody for Christmas, I always have like a I'm always carrying gifts in for a few minutes because I have just so much packed away and ready to hand out.
Here we go.
Leave it to me. I'll get you all.
Seeing the kids' faces light up too when you bring in the presents is always nice too.
Let us begin.
So this time of year is really exciting for them. Presents from Santa.
Burn.
Keep it up.
Yeah. You're mine. Ah!
Okay, this is going a lot better than I thought it would. The only thing is I need to keep that big one confused.
This is dangerous. I'll get you all.
There it is. I have no mana. Okay. I might be able to just flicker and start limit break these guys to death actually. So shit, maybe not flicker. Oh, the reflect. Yep, there it is. Oh.
My turn.
Okay, Joshua, let's get you healed, buddy.
Stay calm.
I should have bought that fucking those potions. Oh, I don't want strength up. Arts up is nice. Yeah, we'll give him arts up.
There.
Tastes good.
I'm on fire.
Oh, he's got a zero cast. Okay, we missed.
My turn. I can take them all.
Good guard.
Here we go.
It's a little spicy. The main thing is Joshua has no mana. Can call for backup? I knew the pigs can call for adults, but the... Oh god. Okay.
I'll change the tide of battle. I'm going all out. I'll get you all.
Yes, Brand. This should save us. I hate the butt unless he misses. The saves are nothing.
Let's go. I'll get you all.
One more. Yes, Brand. Come on, Joshua. Hit him.
Yeah.
There you go.
Payback time. You'll pay for that. I can take them all.
Keep the Earth Guard. Damn, man. This guy's hurt. be better just heal us, actually.
Here we go.
I'll get you all.
This is not good. Having no mana sucks. Okay. Is any of this... Oh, nice. You're poisoned, then I don't have poison. Consumer's debuff. I want to just waste my stat cleanse, though. Use one of these.
You can do it.
Thank you.
You can do it.
I'll be your opponent.
Zero cast, very nice.
I'll get you all.
As many as I can.
Let's get this done.
Fire!
I don't remember chain reflects. Can they reflect chain? No, they can't. Okay. That is very good. That is important information. Reflect is very deadly. Oh my goodness. Joshua just got a shit ton of... Okay, nice, nice. Thank you, game.
I'll get you all. Let us begin.
Reflect is one of the nastiest buffs in this game series. In this game, it's just Reflect. Later on, there's Absolute Reflect, and later is. But for now, Reflect... Reflect reflects all physical damage back to its attacker. Still applying defense and all, but... If you have a way to spam Reflect, you can just nullify entire bosses. As long as they're not casters. Casters still fuck you up, but...
Leave it to me.
I think there's also Spell Reflect in this game, I don't remember. And an Absolute Reflect reflects every source of damage.
Let us begin.
Okay, yeah, I think the play is to just get these guys killed.
Fire!
The Chaos Brand was a good buffer early on. Just gonna keep calling for backup, huh? And once these crabs are dead, what are they? Mollusks? Once these oysters are dead,
I'm on fire.
Let's go.
I can start using physical attacks on the palms.
I won't
Oh,
let
that one
you.
just died.
Payback time. Payback time.
Fire!
You're mine.
Here we are.
That's good.
Nice job, Joshua. Woo! All done.
Ah, the monster does have the gun. Okay, perfect.
The monster just drop an
That's
orbital
2
gun?
quests down.
I've never seen this model before. Could it be?
New materials. Okay, so, and I've said this before in previous streams of this game. There are 4 towers located across this game, across the world map. Generally speaking, there's no side quests to go in and clear them, but it is good to go in and do them because they give very good gear. Oh, the cell's almost dead. There might be a healing station inside. They get very good gear. They get the best gear for the chapter. And sometimes you get a little cutscene at the top. Not always. It was
Shoot,
packing
that was a
you.
good
Yeah, that
break.
oyster was strapped.
The enemy's strong.
Dropped his fucking
Keep
Glock.
cool.
Not too worried about fighting the things in here. In the original, you'd have to fight everything in here. Well, not everything, but it's fucking annoying running past them. What is that? What is that? Seahorse? How much XP is he worth?
Eat this!
Finish it.
Let's switch it up.
Joshua.
Got it. I'm going all
No
out.
reason not to overdrive. Okay, so pick the
Let us
flyer.
begin. Fire! Faster!
Speed. Oh man. 14.
I won't let you. I'll be your opponent.
I am back. Negative 40 when I checking it. It's a Christmas tradition. It always hurts looking in your bank account a few days after Christmas. You're like, alright, what's the damage?
Let's keep it up.
Nice job, Joshua.
Okay, right. Miscalculate every time. I have a friend who said, she said, fuck, what did she say? She said, it's a time of year where I don't look at my, my credit card balance for a couple of paychecks. It's like, yep.
This guy means business. I'm game.
Pass these guys. Looking for chests. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. I should cook. I need to cook food in this game. Okay, is this tower one of the ones where this doesn't lead all the way up? This only leads to the treasure level. Okay. Treasure? Like right here. This goes down a floor, but you can only get to this part by taking these specific stairs. Treasure? Just boxes. I mean, it's not terrible. This is crafting stuff in there. I need to craft food. I don't how now. I don't how now to cook in this game. What are these buttons? Here we are. Fried potatoes. Oh shit! I'm a fool. Do reverse scroll math. Keep you in budget. What is reverse scroll math? I'm an idiot. Okay. So this is a mechanic from Daybreak. Cooking has been in the game series for a while, but in Daybreak, the first time you eat something or cook something, you get a permanent bonus to stats. And that's the case here. So we definitely need to make these. Come on, Josh.
Got it. I'll make it right away. Sorry.
Cloud potatoes. Okay, so I want it to be successful to get the...
Sure, leave it to me. Sure, here you go.
There we go. Nice. I'll strike... Oh my god, okay. Alright. Still can make some jello? Some
Leave it
jelly?
to me. I knew I could do it.
Nice. I had to cover everything. One center of my charge like $30. They brought me 10 over and plus 30. Yeah, it's probably a subscription to something.
Got it.
Always
I'll
a
make it right
subscription
away.
to something. It's always a subscription to something small too. Some of you're like,
All right,
oh man,
it's complete.
you get the trial for like 3 months and then they charge you after that. Oh, I'll just cancel it before 3 months, and then you forget about it, and then you get charged, and then it's like, oh shit. Nice free stats. Oh, seahorses. Okay, excuse me, seahorses.
Monsters. Could be
That
trouble.
is a dead end. Okay. So I have to go up the other stairs. Let's go up, around. This way.
Found treasure.
Ooh, treasure. I make money off what you place there anyway. Yeah, it's dumb that you overdraft them and they're like, oh, you owe me $30. Highway robbery. Yeah, that's true. Getting them all to to tick at the same time is super, super helpful. Because you'll notice the tick of like, you know, 4 subscriptions, 5 subscriptions going off all at the same time versus one going off this week, one going off the next week, one going off another week after that. Okay, so I have to go this way. Still just ate shit. Sorry, Estelle.
This chest looks good.
EP cut. Oh, this will be very nice. I might actually throw that on Joshua. Wow, brown hair for Joshua. How dumb does he look with it? Now he looks like Estelle's brother. Not adopted. It's just not right, man. Not right at all. Okay, I'm gonna top him up here. Pretty sure there's a fucking... To the next stairs over there? This tower is fucking confusing with all the ups and downs. But what all the treasures? You can't make them look that related. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Joshua's supposed to be from like fucking Mars or some shit. It's not bode well for the future. It's already weird enough. It is weird enough.
Suspicious chest.
Okay, this is a trap chest, so definitely saving. These trap chests are kind of difficult.
All right.
Okay, these guys explode on death. I'm pretty sure. So, as usual. Oh, I forgot. Estelle has Chaos Brand. Okay, let's card.
Here we go.
I won't let you! Leave it to me.
Chaos Brand. Alright.
Let us begin. Yeah! Leave it to me.
Metagaming. Listen, I've already been through this game. Technically. And this game likes to pretend it's nice and cozy, but it can be kind of fucking annoying.
Let us begin. Yeah!
No shame. No shame.
Ready at any time. I'm going all out.
At least it's not a CRPG.
Let us begin.
Those old school CRPGs are fucking... You have to metagame or you will lose.
Faster! Let's go.
This is not too bad though. This one's not nearly as bad. I kid. I meme on it.
I'll be your opponent.
Okay, at least I don't have Reflect. Really weak to. Nothing but I can Shadow Spear. Shadow Spear has a chance of instant
Let us
death.
begin.
Which, of course, familiar with JRPGs, instant death mechanics can be very, very fickle. And by that I mean they don't proc very often. But when they do, oh man. Oh. We're good.
Leave it to me.
That's why Yojimbo is busted in Final Fantasy X. These guys are really tanky. What are they? They're weak to melee? Weighted D20. Exactly.
Keep it up.
The game cheats against me, so why should I cheat against it?
Leave it to me. Perfect move. Slash.
It was Hulu.
Keep at it.
For shame, Hulu. For shame.
You're mine. Now I'm mad. Full power.
Okay, very weak to Earth, so this should kill him. Shit. I forgot they explode. You might be good.
You're mine.
This is the end! I'm on fire!
Leave it to me.
Okay. We are good. Flicker. That should be it. Unless Joshua misses. So good, Joshua.
Here, Estelle.
Hit him with the hammer. They charge you at 26 and see until today. Somebody could be fucking sneaky like that too on holidays. They won't show you the charge until after the holidays because it's a holiday. That is shady as fuck to me.
I'm on fire!
Supposedly it's automated, but what's the point when they automate it to make a human mistake like that?
I won't let you. I'll be your
56.
opponent.
Remember what they steal. Oh, there's two of them. Okay.
Let us begin.
Fire. Fire.
Here we go!
Fire! It flinched. Estelle.
Yeah! You're mine!
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not beat yet!
Flamberge. Oh, this is okay. I can't use this weapon, but it's good I got it now. Yeah, okay. It's good I have it now. That means I don't have to come back later. They didn't even send an email to say charge. Just had to go log into Netflix also never sends an email. They want you to forget. It really does feel like that a lot of the time. So they can sap your accounts, your bank accounts. Just a little off the top. Yeah, I went through that one. I went through that one, so that means it's this one. I hope it's this one. I might have been here before. Which means it's an entirely different staircase I'm supposed to go up. Maybe.
The enemy's strong. Keep cool.
Okay, yeah, this is the way. This is the way. HBO is my way. Good job on 27th. All these little subscriptions, man. Hey, you know what's funny? Like, after, I mean, it's been like this for a while, but all these fucking subscriptions, we've looked back around the fucking table,
Alright,
table
treasure time.
yeah, cable television. Blazing fried chicken, cure seal, cure free. Ooh, very strong. Okay, from all over the house, Foxy every time. Yeah, cable still exists. But with all these subscriptions, then we're just moving back to cable. Especially now that bullshit like Amazon and Netflix, or not Netflix, but Amazon starts showing fucking ads in the middle of movies that I bought, that you buy, and not just ones that are on the streaming, ones that you buy for your library. The whole point was to not have ads. And now we loop back to ads on my television. There we go. Military boots. Nice, 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 nice. These better than Strikers. One extra arts defense and less crit. No, these are worse. Okay. I still get confused because, like, some forms and paperwork still have home phone on them, and I'm like, wait, that's right. We used to have phones built into our houses. Did I come this way? The trail it shows is only goes so far. I hope it's this way. Bundle phone internet with yeah. If you have any if you guys know any older people that you care for. Okay, this one's not trap. That you care for, and they're moving into a new place and it comes with a bunch of bundle shit, please. For their bank account's sake. Try to convince them not to get fucking cable. It's just a regular battle suit. Okay, what's Joshua have? Okay, this is actually better. He takes a hit to crit, but 4 defense and 3 ADF is more significant than it sounds. This is actually really good. Just canceling every sub I have. I'm gonna renew them all in a day. I always renew them New Year's Day. It's the first of every month thereafter. Okay, this is the way up, but I missed the chest. Where is it? It's over there. Okay, so I don't remember if there's a cutscene here that sends me back to the base, but I'm gonna try and get this chest. Where did I miss this chest? I went over. Should be up one of these then. You don't cancel an hour for 6 months. That's the other shit that they wait specifically for you to cancel it, and they give you the offer. It's like, yeah, okay, buddy. I see your little game. Okay, I hope. This is the way. I don't want to leave this chest. That chest, I think it's a trap chest. And it might have a piece of gear in it. I just don't remember, man. But everything in these towers is always good. Let's try this one first.
This chest.
What is here?
Use caution.
Did I see this earlier and just run away from it? Am I an idiot?
I won't let you.
Okay, at least I know the way back.
Pay for that.
Okay, I'm not gonna bother with buffing up. I'm just gonna start smashing. A Petrified Breath actually hits harder. Okay. Nothing. Okay, it's just Josh. Okay, I'll start Chaos Branding.
Let us begin.
Keep him confused. Keep him docile. Sit still.
Let's go.
I miss Joshua.
I won't let you.
It's even worse that I think Netflix acquired HBO Max and a bunch of other shit. So you can definitely expect another price increase on Netflix yet again. If you have Netflix. And you can also expect HBO Max to no longer be available on HBO Max. How much money you want to bet that if they do keep HBO Max and HBO Max, they will not decrease their price
I'll be your opponent.
for their subscriptions? So you don't make a difference to me because I can't get HBO Max here without a bunch of other nonsense attached to it. that I don't want. That's why I don't subscribe to it.
Keep it up.
Yeah! Bonus!
Let's go.
Okay, I need to heal this still. She is dying. Not really worth it, barely anything to watch, right? I'm one of so I'm one of those idiots that buys Apple products. And they always have the fucking, you get 3 months of Apple TV with your new Apple product. It's like, but Apple, have you considered maybe you don't have any shows to watch and I don't want 3 months of Apple TV?
I'll be your opponent.
Even if it's free, it's too much.
I'll get you all.
So I don't want it. Joshua's like, fucking, okay. I should just limit break, actually. Let's go ahead and limit break.
Joshua!
Got it. Faster.
Let's keep it up!
Oh boy, okay. Out of range, and...
Time to end this!
It's even worse, the exclusive movies they have, they charge more, so it's like, why would I subscribe to them? I want the movies. There's a couple of movies that I want to watch, but I gotta pay another 20 bucks on top of it, top of the subscription. It's nonsense. Nonsense.
Fire. I think I got a little
Nice,
stronger.
level up.
I'm
Alright,
not
what's in the
stopping
chest?
yet.
Blue Sphere. Resist burn, confuse, and death blow. Ooh. That is a Joshua equip. Let's see, Blue Sphere. Death blow is fucking annoying. I hate instant death mechanics. And Fuse is also fucking annoying. Burn is not too bad, but it is annoying. Might as well just buy the few things you want to see. Exactly. I still buy shit on DVD and like Blu-ray just so I don't gotta pay someone to fucking watch it. You just have it permanently in physical media form.
I'll be your
Oh my god,
opponent.
get in my way. Here we go.
This one's dangerous.
Okay, I think I could have
Together.
left to get back to the top. And that should be that should be the clear of the dungeon. Oh, tower. Tower dungeon. I think it's this way, maybe? No, other way. There we go.
This is a good place to stop.
Alright, I don't know if there's a cutscene here or not. We'll see.
Wow,
Does
you
it look
can
like
see
it?
so far from up here.
The sea breeze feels nice. Makes me want to stay here for a while.
Then let's do that to our heart's content.
And what could this be? It looks like an ornament, but who can say? It's still crazy to me that they actually... You can actually see. Everything's actually rendered. The world is actually rendered, even at the top of these towers. In the old game, it was just like a JPEG of a bunch of trees. Couldn't see very far. Okay, so that's the tower. What I'm going to do... Dash down to the bottom. I'm gonna go down this path. I don't remember if there's anything. I think I can get to the gate. The reason I'm going to the gate is because it unlocks the fast travel.
Game.
One of the better quality of life changes in this remake. And any treasures.
Found treasure.
Spirits, okay.
Joshua, dodge it!
Holy hell! Oh my goodness! Okay, excuse me, Sharkies.
There's a lot of them.
Excuse
Be
me,
careful.
dragons. I want
Joshua,
this.
dodge it!
Serum powder, very nice. Okay, excuse me, fish, excuse me. Sorry. Pardon me. Bye-bye. Oof.
Joshua, dodge it!
Throw YouTube on TV 9 out of 10 times. Yeah, that's true too. I like watching like the really old movies on YouTube. Dice run. Okay, here's the gate. And there is an item here. The strength, very nice. Okay, and that unlocks the fast travel points. Alright, yes. Okay. Back to the city to hand in the gun.
Be there in a jiffy.
Take your time to look around.
I have like 6 stars. He's too dick to mess everything up. Just pushed you just barely over the edge right at the last minute. Oh, it's not this guy. So, where is he? Was it the store behind? Oh, okay, I see. Oops. Oops. Okay, let's hand in this gun. If you happen to find an orbital gun lighter somewhere along the Ina Causeway, could you bring it to me? It might be the prototype that I lost. Hey, would this happen to be your orbital gun prototype? Hand it over. Prototype 0. How? How did you find it? We took it off a wanted monster near the Azure Tower. I think it was drawn to the septium in the orbital mechanism. Ah, 80 was above, thank you. Phew. I would have been seriously boned there. Doom guy. I'm just kidding, he's not here. That's your request wrapped up then. Sorry, but we gotta run. Oh? You're really in a hurry, huh? At least let me give you this. Ah. Sealblade Quartz. That might be good on Joshua, let's look at it. Just a small token of my thanks. Keep up the good work out there, alright? You got it. Thanks.
One and done.
Okay, so I can hand in these missions. And see how close I am to the next tier of prizes. Report. Oh. Okay, so 2 BP. I'm not gonna get it, but 34. Ooh. 38. This headband is going to be very strong on Joshua. I suppose I could put on Estelle, but I'm building her as a mage tank, so it'll be better on Joshua because he can flicker forever.
Job well done.
Okay, any other side quests?
Let's see.
No, that's all. Okay, these are all handed in. Now we can continue. I do need potions before I go back. Luckily, I have the Luckily, I have the fast travel. Free shop. I hope there's potions.
Welcome to the
What to pick? What to pick?
1000 HP. Ah, these ones suck too. I don't want any of this.
Come again.
Clerk with the boobas. There's a clerk with boobas? Where? The other bracer's upstairs. We have Karna here. But she is not a clerk. She is a bracer. You did not see me angle my camera like that. No one saw that. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Definitely not walking all that way. At a fast travel. What do I save? Ooh. Healing Arts plus 30. Max HP 2. Ooh, okay. 1 second then. Okay. Ruby Shield is great. Every animator is the main clerk of the adventure guild. The Boobas never fails. There was one in the starting city. I don't know if there's any in the other cities. Just the starting city, just to lure you in. Defense. Okay, this isn't super important on Estelle. I mean, it is, but not immensely. Shadow Spear and Anti-Sept. I don't remember what Anti-Sept. It was Anti-Sept. Ah, yes, I should also explain. This menu is the recipes for elements. If you're not sure what you're going to get, you can always come here. So Anti-Sept. Debilitate. Impede and mute 200%. Remove buffs. Oh. That might be really good, actually. I don't want to lose all those spells. So I think Anti-Sept is the way to go. 0.6 EP cost. That's a 40% mana reduction. This gives 34. Okay, so it is better to have the EP cut. Sweet Aroma. Increases chance of being targeted during quick and command battles. I don't want to lose all these spells though. I like my Estelle as a mage tank. Mind Blade. Impede 1. I have an Impede 2. I do. Here we go. Impede is always strong. Hit to hit is good. Silver Shield. Arts up in critical health. This is not so good. Because I do not want my Joshua to have low HP. Ever. Gradual CPU card and critical health is not terrible. Oh, but I don't want to lose Chaos Brand though. I think that's why I had it equipped in the first place. Shoot. I don't want to lose HP either. His HP is really small. This will make him lose his heals. No, we should be fine. We'll be okay. Here we go. Save. And now we can see, or investigate rather, who set fire to the orphanage. I can't fast travel. Because, oh no, I can fast travel.
We should hurry.
Just behind the event. There we go. No. Not the orphans. No. Not like this. My cabbages. This is terrible. It's completely burned down. Huh? Who are you? Oh, are you two from the Bracer Guild? Yeah, we are. And I'm assuming you two are from Minoria. Yeah, we're here to clear the debris. The fire broke out in the middle of the night, so we rushed over to help put it out. But as you can see, we couldn't do a thing. What about the people inside? The matron and the children? Ah, don't worry, they're all safe. At least they're okay. They're all resting at the inn in Minoria right now. There was a pretty bad fire, but at the very least, no one was badly injured. Thank goodness for that. Yeah, it could have been much, much worse. We're going to stay here for a bit longer to clear debris. What about you guys? Oh, we'll probably head straight for the inn to check on... Sorry, but that'll have to wait. What? Even from a quick glance, there's far too much about this scene that's off. And the clues here won't be around forever. I know how you feel, I really do, but let's prioritize the investigation for now. Speechless. You're right, we're bracers after all. We have to figure out what happened here. Let's start with a sweep of the grounds. Looks like you've made up your minds. Okay, we're counting on you. Clues. Examine. The planted herbs have been pulled by the roots and thrown everywhere. Examine. The firewood for the fireplace is scattered everywhere. The firewood for the fireplace is scattered everywhere. Check these vegetables. Pulled and thrown everywhere. Okay, okay. The dirt from the flower bed is all over the place. The tipped over milk tank is already empty. Not the milk. The barrel that contained food is completely charred. At least it's cooked. The stone wall is completely collapsed. This spot, the damage here is especially bad. Not to mention, it kind of smells here, don't you think? Yeah, that probably means one thing. What does it mean, Joshua? Don't leave me hanging, buddy. The remains of the door lie charred on the ground. Oh boy, nothing but ashes. Huh? What's wrong? Is it just me? Or does this hinge look like it was torn right off? You're right. It looks like it was destroyed before the fire broke out. Spooky. Mano backpack is back down to 145 mil. Gonna fluctuate. Wait for the next Disney Plus sale. It'll go back up. Okay, I think that's everything, and then I could talk to the other two. Oh, one more. The log chairs are scattered haphazardly around the outdoor table. I think you get extra BP if you examine everything. Okay, I think that's it. There's a mill for mine who could sail over. Yeah, the Master's Datacron was down to 180 mil, but I thought it sold upwards of 300 mil recently, so I'm gonna sit on it for a bit. I'm hoping to make 250. Or at least around there. Something examined? Yeah, okay. Man, I was really freaked out last night. Even from Menorah, we were able to tell that the northeastern sky was oddly red. We hurried here as fast as we could, but we couldn't stop the place from burning. And Zach, the damage here is so bad, they'll likely have to build it all from scratch. That's not going to be cheap. I wonder what Matron Teresa will do. It's at 192 right now. Okay, so it's up a little bit. I think you can get close to 300. Yeah, I'm hoping for 250 at least. At least. How about we take a moment to organize what we've learned? Good idea. First, the source of the fire. Doesn't seem like it started inside the building. I think it's likely that it started outside. Outside? Yeah, right here. The fire probably spread from here to around the entire building. Oh, you mean where the stone wall collapsed? But how do you know that's where the fire started? The ground is far more scorched than anywhere else. You can tell if you compare them. Hey, you're right. If the fire really did start here outside the building, do you know what that implies? I mean, there was a wildfire? Someone just started the fire? The lights overheated? Someone started the fire. It's arson! I think so too. That lingering smell, it's highly flammable oil. They must have spread it around here and set it on fire. That's awful. Also, it's odd that this place is this messy. I mean, why is the garden completely ruined? Someone must have done this on purpose.
Is that really true?
Oh, Chloe!
Chloe returns.
I didn't know you were here.
Why? How could anyone do this? This place is filled with irreplaceable memories. Why would anyone do something so heartless?
Chloe.
I'm sorry. I lost my temper. I just...
Don't be sorry. We understand. We only visited yesterday, but I still can't believe it. This is outrageous, right? How could anyone do this?
Estelle,
But at least the matron and the children were all safe. So everything will be okay. You don't have to worry anymore, all right?
thank you. I feel a little better now. The headmaster suddenly burst into our classroom during morning classes, and he told me that a fire had broken out of the orphanage. I could barely breathe the whole way here.
I see.
Everyone is at the inn in Minoria. We finished our investigation here, so if you don't mind, could we join you in visiting them?
Oh, not at all. I'd be grateful if you did.
All right then. Let's head to Minoria.
BP increased by 2. Okay, that's from getting the little questionnaire right.
The children and the matron must have been terrified.
That fire was massive. I'm just glad that they were safe.
Don't worry. I know everyone will cheer right up when they see you, Chloe.
I'm so glad you two are here.
Okay, can I... No, okay. Still can't equip her, but you can fast travel. Why walk? Why?
Be there in a jiffy.
I better help.
You're gonna save.
Oh no.
The White Magnolia.
Matron! Everyone! Oh, Chloe! You're here! Oh, I'm so glad to see you. And no one's hurt?
No, we're all fine. I'm okay too.
Thank goodness. I'm so glad.
Oh, thank you for coming, my dear. And I see Estelle and Joshua came with you as well.
Yes, the owner of the inn reported what happened to the guild.
We were investigating the scene, so we stopped by to see you.
I see. Thank you for visiting us.
Your investigation? You mean the fire, right? Did you figure anything out?
Well,
How best to say this?
Hey, everyone. Who's hungry? I didn't have breakfast, so I was thinking of getting something to eat in the dining hall. And I thought I might as well treat you all with some sweets.
What? Really? I want pudding! But Chloe... Come on, Clem. Huh? Quit moping and hurry up!
I want pudding
Let's
too.
go, Chloe.
Yes, yes.
whew, that was a big help. I really didn't want the kids to hear this.
Me neither. It seemed like that girl Mary picked up on it, though.
I'm truly blessed to have such a clever girl around. Now then, you mentioned something about an investigation? Please, ask me anything.
Thank you for your cooperation.
All right. Well then,
First of all, based on what we found in our investigation, we've concluded that the fire was most likely arson.
I see. I suspected as much. I'm always very careful when it comes to using the fire, so I did find it odd.
Now, may I ask, do you have any idea who might have done this? In other words, someone who could have had a motive.
Someone who really hates orphans.
No, not at all. We don't have much in terms of Mira, and I can't imagine anyone would have a grudge against us.
so it wasn't for money or revenge.
Not for pleasure, not for money.
I truly hope this isn't the case, but we can't rule out that this might have been done for sick amusement. Did you notice anything strange just before or after the incident? For example, a suspicious-looking person lurking around the orphanage?
Let me see. No one after you two arrived. And I cannot imagine that gentleman was involved in this either.
That gentleman?
While we were attempting to escape from the building, A roof beam fell, blocking the entrance. But then a man broke through the door. He moved the beam and helped the children and me escape.
Wow, that's impressive. Was it someone from Minoria?
I wish I could tell you, but after he saved us, he ran off, saying he was going to get help from the village. But when we asked the people of Minoria, no one seemed to know who he was.
That sounds suspicious. Also, it's a little weird that he was around the orphanage that late at night. Do you remember what he looked like?
He looked to be in his late 20s and was dressed in an ivory-colored coat. Also, he had beautiful silver hair.
Silver hair?
He had a deep, thoughtful gaze that spoke of hardships, despite his youth. He didn't seem like a bad person.
He sounds a bit odd, but he did save you. So I guess he's probably not the culprit. Joshua? Hello? Anyone home?
Yeah, you're right. He could just be another wandering bracer. We should probably remove him from the suspect list.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Oh, Chloe.
Where are the children?
They're downstairs enjoying some cake. Matron, you have some visitors.
Visitors?
Pardon the interruption.
Gilbert and the mayor.
Oh,
Mayor Dalmore.
Oh, it seems the young bracers from the other day are here too. Jean moves quick as ever, I see. Now then, it's been a while, Matron Teresa. I just heard the news and rushed over as soon as I could. It's truly a relief that you're safe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm honored you would visit during such a busy time.
No, there is no duty more important than assisting the people of this land. More than that, it's infuriating that someone would commit such a terrible crime, and to the very building that Joseph so cherished. You have my deepest sympathy.
Thank you. He would be saddened, but more than anything, I know he'd simply be relieved that the children are safe. I only regret that I was unable to save his mementos from the fire.
Matron Teresa.
Bracers, have you any leads on the culprit?
Our investigation has only just begun, so we can't say for sure, but we believe it may have been the work of a thrill seeker.
I see. That is truly deplorable. To think someone with such a wicked soul could be here in beautiful Rouen.
Mayor, this may be inappropriate, but
What is it?
might this incident possibly be their doing?
There?
Hold on. Who do you mean by they?
The men who harassed you yesterday. You know, those thugs who hang around the warehouse district.
They did this?
Pardon me for asking this, but why would you suspect them?
Just as you saw yesterday, they're constantly causing trouble and defying the mayor. It even seems like they enjoy being a nuisance to him. Thus, it only makes sense that they would strike at the matron who holds the mayor in such high regard.
Gilbert!
Yes, sir.
Nothing has been confirmed yet, so stop making careless remarks.
You might be right. Those three dudes are creeps. Being creeps to Chloe to stealth.
This is a serious crime, and we cannot afford false accusations.
My apologies. I spoke out of turn.
But are they really arsonists?
Rather than unnecessary assumptions, let us place our faith in these bracers to find the culprits. I trust we can count on you?
Yeah, leave it to us.
We'll do everything we can.
Good. That's the answer I wanted to hear. Incidentally, Matron Teresa, I had a question for you as well.
What is it?
With the orphanage in the state it's in, what do you intend to do next? Rebuilding will take quite some time and cost a great deal of mira.
To be honest, I'm at a complete loss. We have a little in savings, but far from enough to rebuild the orphanage.
Matron.
I thought as much. So, I have a proposal for you.
What is it?
The Dalmore family has a villa in the capital, Gransel. We rarely stay there, so it's practically vacant for most of the year. For the time being, why don't you take the children and live there?
What?
Of course, I wouldn't dream of charging you a single mira. You're welcome to stay for as long as needed until you are able to rebuild.
But I
Hey, it's
couldn't
that
trouble
guy.
you and your family that
That guy,
much.
that thing.
Nobody is living there anyway. If it would ease your mind, perhaps I could ask you to manage it for me. Of course, proper gratuity would be provided.
Mayor, may I have some time to consider it? It's a generous offer, but with everything that's happened, I'm still a little overwhelmed.
Of course. Take all the time you need. Now then, I'll take my leave for today. Reach out to me whenever you've made up your mind.
Yes, thank you very much.
Gilbert, we're heading out.
Yes!
Gilbert.
Whoa, that guy's incredible. Isn't he something? Just like Mayor Maybell.
Yeah, as expected of a nobleman.
Matron, what do you intend to do about the mayor's offer?
What is your opinion, dear?
Logically speaking, I think it's best to accept the offer. But if you were to go to the capital... No, never mind.
You've always been such a reasonable child. You needn't worry, Chloe. Tell me your honest feelings.
Nobody will be here to take care of the herb garden.
Not the herb garden.
And it feels like all of the wonderful memories of you and Mr. Joseph would just disappear. I'm sorry. That must all sound very silly and selfish.
I feel just
Anything
the
but the
same.
herb garden.
That place holds countless memories with him and the children. But right now, we must face the present, not cling to memories.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't mean to skip. Sorry, Matron.
I'll make my decision soon. For now, you must focus on preparing for the school festival. The children are looking forward to it too.
Yes.
What time is it? Okay.
Estelle, Joshua, I apologize for not doing more, but I'll leave the investigation to you.
Yes, please, leave it to us.
We'll definitely catch whoever did this and make them pay.
Man, this is one heck of a situation. We gotta catch whoever did this, but where do we even start? Right. For now, we should head back to the guild and report this to Jean. We can discuss our next steps there. Alright, got it. Oh, is something wrong? You're zoning out. I'm sorry. I think I'm just a little overwhelmed. No wonder. By the way, is Joseph Matron Teresa's husband? Yes. But he passed away a few years ago. He was always very kind to me. Is that so? Wait, does that mean you're also from the orphanage? No, not exactly. Some time ago, I stayed with them because of some difficult circumstances of my own. After I came to Rouen to attend the Royal Academy, we reconnected. I see now. So that's why you were helping the matron out at the orphanage. That's right. Compared to what the matron and the children are going through, my struggles are hardly worth noting. I have to find a way to brighten their... Chloe. Oh, Mary, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Chloe, help! Clem's gone. Huh? Gone? You mean he's not at Minoria? Can you tell us the details? Sure. When those men came in, I think Clem snuck upstairs too. When he came down, his face is all red, and he shouted something like, "They aren't gonna get away with this." Then he ran off, just like that. They aren't gonna get away with this. Wait, you don't think... He's the thugs, right? That's who he'd be mad at. Because Gilbert said it was the thugs. Yeah, he probably went after the Ravens. He must have overheard what the secretary said. Oh no, this is really bad. Don't tell me he's going to try to fight them all by himself. Oh, goodness, no. I can't just stand here. I have to go after him right now. We'll go with you. If we're fast, we might catch up to him before he reaches the city of Ruan. Chloe. Don't worry, we'll bring Clem back safe and sound, I promise. You take care of the other kids and the matron for me, okay, Mary? Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. And there she goes. Alright, let's hurry to Ruan. Yes. BP increased by 2. Nice. Nice.
Looks like he's not in the village anymore.
He shouldn't be that fast.
I believe I can just fast travel,
But he's been gone a while.
have to finish the dialogue.
We need to move. Are there any bargains?
Please, come again.
Now can I fast travel? Nope, we're hoofing it. Alright.
Stay alert.
Turbo speed boost.
Yikes! Stay back!
And Chloe has like no HP. I definitely don't want to do any combat while she's like this. She has no HP. She will die instantly. And I think if she dies, it's game over. Alright. Come on. He wasn't on the road. Which means... Oh no. He might have already barged to their hideout. Let's hurry to the warehouse district in South Block. Uh-oh. Not good. It's already just before noon. There goes. Clem, you little bastard. No. Clem, wait. It's no use. He can't hear us. Ugh, why does the bridge have to go up now? We can't just wait 30 minutes for it to come back down. Oh no. At this rate, Clem will... What do we do? What could we possibly... It's okay, Chloe. Have you forgotten what you told us the other day? Huh? How did people cross the river before the bridge was built? Oh, the ferry. You're right. There should be a rental boat behind the hotel. Alright, let's grab one and go. Swim, yeah. Just jump in the fucking river, man. It's not that far of a swim. They didn't cross the river. They just stared at it longingly. They can go down? Yeah, down and down. Here we are. Old man Murray. What do you kids want? Could you lend us that boat? We need to cross the river. It's an emergency. Sorry, this boat's been reserved by the Duke. But he was going on a cruise. You know, Star Wars Battlefront 2 Remake uses a stupid EA launcher. Oh, shit. I don't think it did. That might have changed, though. I'm not sure. EA launchers gave you for Star Wars games. Only $3 right now, so I kind of want it. For $3, Star Wars Battlefront 2 is a lot of fun. But I'm not... I have no idea if it uses the EA launcher. I haven't played it in a couple years. Jedi Survivor games use it, so I don't have them. Yeah. Please, I beg you. A little boy may be in serious danger. Ah, don't look at me all doe-eyed. You look just like my granddaughter. Okay, then. I can't say no to heroes on the way to rescue someone. Go ahead, take the boat. Thank you very much. Thanks, sir. I'll just tell the Duke or wherever that the boat's still under maintenance. Hey, kid, you know how to operate a boat? Yes, I know the basics. Alright, hop on, you two. Yeah, I couldn't say for sure. I feel like it didn't, but I don't know if that changed. EA's been kind of EA likes to do shit like that. Now, in-game, I know I'd use EA, but you didn't have to log in, it just use your Steam stuff, but I don't know if that's changed either. Here we are, the southernmost section of the warehouse district. Sig. Pewy. Pew pew. Pewy. Pew pew. I see, thank you. It seems Clem did indeed head for the innermost warehouse. Then we really should hurry. Their hangout is around there too. Got it. Okay. Okay. Then we're gonna save here. Those are the integrates with Sage and I for sure. I said it years ago. Probably guess we'll see. I mean, it is $3, yeah. Worst comes to worst, you can just refund it. Uses Origin. Origin doesn't exist anymore. Origin got turned into the EA app. I think they made that switch 2 years ago. Yeah, the EA app is Origin. They like changed its name and redid it. To their credit, the EA app does run a lot smoother. Origin as an app was fucking terrible, dude. That shit was laggy as fuck. I hated using it.
I'll never forgive you.
What's this brat babbling about?
Hey, this isn't a place for little punks like
Origin
you.
apps that get used once a year, right? I fucking hate keeping track of apps and launchers and shit. But that's the same reason I stopped playing Ubisoft games, man. It's such an annoyance logging into Ubisoft crappy ass launcher every single time, man. And they always make like arguments against using Steam. But what they don't understand is that Steam is not like a resource hog. It runs well. It has a bunch of shit integrated into it, and it's not a pile of crap that they try to force onto your system. Quality is just not there, man, to compete. Never has been. Once they step up their game, then we can start talking multiple launchers and shit. And still, until then, they will continue to put as little resources into it as possible. And just put a bunch of bloat on your system. It's no from me, dog, exactly.
Go home and drink some milk from your mommy. Good one.
Oh shit, he's turning Super Saiyan! Oh my god, he killed him. Oh, Dean is dead. Oh. Dean is actually completely fine.
What the hell? What's this brat's deal?
Second love Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I played the remaster of Assassin's Creed 3 like last year. It was the last time I used the Ubisoft app. It's just so terrible. It clogs everything. It just makes everything run slower. It's so annoying.
Don't make fun of me for not having a mom.
Now I might, because I got one of the Anno games recently. I think it was in a Humble Bundle. Or was it Victoria? Is Victoria an Ubisoft game? I'm in Victoria 3. It's the Ubisoft game. I would launch the Ubisoft launcher to play Victoria 3. Because I like Grand Strats, but everything else now. Fuck no.
I've got Matron Teresa, and she's like a real mom to me. And you destroyed her precious home. How dare you?
You know, I never played any of the Ezio games. Not a single one. No, that's not true. That's a lie. I played a little bit of Brotherhood. That was the only Ezio game I ever played. I didn't get very far into it. I kind of went from Assassin's Creed 1. Didn't play any Ezio games other than Brotherhood. I didn't play 3 and Black Flag. They play Gorgeous City. They really do. That's like I said. That's the only reason I would reinstall from like Anno or Victoria. Oh. Clem takes the hit. They're beating children.
You're getting a little too cocky, kid.
Damn, he just lives with one hand. What was great for starting a genre? One was a really good proof of concept when there was nothing else like it. And at the time, if you played, at the time when it was brand new, that shit was hype as fuck. Playing a game like that, an open world game that lets you move around like that. But I never played the Ezio games other than Brotherhood. Best pirate game ever made. Tell what it's yeah.
Guess you've earned yourself a little punishment.
How about 100 smacks on the ass?
And abuse his child.
Stop it!
You're...
Highly recommend Black Flag to anyone who's ever liked pirates. I agree. Black Flag, and if you ever played Sid Meier's Pirates still holds up as a really good pirate game. Kind of cartoony, but still a lot of fun. Still also doing it boarding. You know what's funny? Pirate Majima or Pirate Yakuza has boarding. It's like a really brief like cutscene, but it's still there. It's like just, and Yakuza is like a budget as fuck series that likes to reuse assets. So the fact that they have boarding on their fucking ship game is funny to me. And Skull and Bones, what their CEO call it, quadruple A. Their quadruple A game doesn't even have boarding. It's funny to me.
Chloe! How dare you! Using violence on children just for fun?
Violence on children. Violence on children.
It's despicable. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves?
What'd you say?
Yeah, there's so many. Well, at least you have Kiwami 3 to look forward to. No, after Kiwami 1 and 2. 3 is the one that would stop everybody in their tracks, but now that they're remaking it in Dragon Engine, shit, it's gonna be a lot more fun to go through that game.
Well, well, little missy. You might have a pretty face, but every man's got his limits, you know?
So you got a couple bracers with you. Do you really think you can beat us all?
Chloe, stay back.
We'll buy you some time. So grab Clem and get...
No. I'll fight too.
Huh?
I wish never to have to use this, but
Oh shit.
I was taught to wield a sword to protect others. I believe now is the time to use those teachings.
Oh hell yeah.
What?
Is that a rapier for self-defense?
Release the child. Or else, I will be forced to take decisive action.
Anime duelists are peak.
She's cool.
She is cool.
Graceful, too.
She's cool as fuck.
This isn't the time for that, you morons. We're not gonna let this little bitch push us around.
Let's show them just how tough the Ravens really are.
Yeah!
Thanks for the good stuff. At least after 0, you don't have to get the styles anymore. When you go from 0 to 1 starts you with all the styles, and then 2 doesn't have any styles. So I agree, getting all the styles in 0 can be annoying, especially with as many times as you've gone through the game. I can see that getting old pretty fast.
I can take them all.
But the combat does get a lot better with 0. 0, oh shit, 0 uses Yakuza 5's engine, I think. But I actually think Yakuza 5 has better combat than 0, even though 0 is supposed to be the progression from 5. Okay, so let's play this safe. Old-fashioned Earth Guard. Let's stealth forward a little bit.
Here we go.
Stay put, Clem. We'll save you right now.
Yeah, got it.
Cop fur.
All right, let's go.
Strike defense down, side attack bonus,
No holding
sturm.
back.
Delay and freeze. Nice aura. As you reach a foresight. Oh man, okay. Christ. Well, these German names. German words. Probably saying these wrong. I think the series turn-based is Giga Brain. I agree. I just wish that Judgment wasn't on the back burner permanently. Nice aura. Okay, so we'll definitely use this first. Now, Chloe is kind of a... How do I say it? She's kind of like a... She's kind of a paladin. She's kind of a cleric. She's the white mage.
I'll get you all.
Buff spells and some... She's got okay melee capabilities. Typically, I just build her white mage to like support shit. Okay, so... Joshua's full... Okay, hold on. I don't recall if these guys enrage. That's the other thing. I didn't mean to do that. Shit!
You're a lifesaver.
The hell are you looking at?
He's still not staggered over and over, tries to hit the wall. It's a good thing Yakuza 3 is getting kilometered. If there's anything wrong with that game, it's going to be that. Nah, the thing is too though is that Judgment 1's combat is really rough because Yagami is really weak in Judgment 1 compared to Lost Judgment. He is really weak. I actually didn't play through... I actually stopped playing Judgment 1 about a quarter of the way through because of how weak he was. This is coming out the Kiryu beat 'em up games. But no, he's really weak in that game. To start anyway. The second half it gets better. You start getting used to the styles and abusing heat moves, but I can absolutely understand getting stomach. Dude, he's so slow too in Judgment. He's really slow in Judgment. Yeah, he's really weak. And story-wise, it makes sense that he's weak, but at the same time, like for like gameplay, it's rough. It's rough early on. It's really rough. RPG games likes to do this thing where like when they introduce a new combat or fight mechanic, they just make it piss weak early on, and then the game after is when it gets really strong and busted. Like Yakuza 0 going to Yakuza 1. Yakuza 1, you start with all the styles. And there is an obscene amount of upgrades. I think for me at least, my number one thing is to upgrade attack as much as possible, as soon as possible. The other thing is to upgrade heat as soon as possible, as fast as possible, because abusing heat moves, you can just destroy like groups of enemies instantly. And of course, you want to do as much damage as possible too. Just trivialize everything as much as you can. I'm gonna move out of this fucking way already.
I won't let you! You ain't getting away!
Payback time!
I won't let you! I'll be your opponent!
Okay, I need
I'll
to
get
start
you all.
using Chaos Sprint. So let's get these Raven members.
Let us begin. Yeah!
It's not fun. Yeah, like I said, I didn't play... I actually stopped playing Judgment
I'll be your
a good
opponent.
20% in because, like, Yagami's just so fucking slow.
I'll get you all.
He's slow and sluggish. He's not very strong either. Did I get interrupted? What the fuck? Chaos Sprint.
Let's keep it up! Power! I can take them all!
I can give burn, but I really want to just keep up my Earth Guard. Critical? Nice.
Let's go! Got it! You're mine!
Payback time! Leave it to me.
That Lost Judgment, amends a lot of what's wrong with Yagami in the first game. He's a lot faster. His shit hits harder, and they added the juggle mechanic. You can juggle enemies in Lost Judgment. A lot of time you can perma juggle enemies in Lost Judgment, which is really fun. Shit. Okay, he's confused. I'm gonna hit all these Raven members. Zero cast.
Snap out of it!
The other thing too with Yakuza's series is you really do miss out on quite a bit if you don't play them front to back. I can understand, like, and I know the like you said, the side missions is where all the fun is. So you get hit with this problem where you're already playing through the game. You may as well hit the side. I would actually say, like, I used to say for 3, just ignore the side shit and just do the main story. You're not missing anything. But then when you actually go to play the game, you're like, shit, there's some side stuff I can do. I may as well do them while I'm here. So I ain't coming back. The bad news too is that stuff gets referenced in the later games too. In the main story, I mean. And some of the side stories too. Yeah, I want this one confused. They are adding 50 hours to Yakuza 3. Yakuza 3 is getting an expansion. The Dark Ties expansion. Which looks really fun. I'm looking forward to that specifically. And if they redo some of the stuff like the Hostess Club. God damn, dude. The original Yakuza 3 Hostess Club sucked. It was so slow. It wasn't that funny. It just took fucking forever. I didn't even do it. I did one round of it. I was like, I'm not doing this 25 more times. Fuck no. Fuck that. I want to see Chloe's limit break. Let's see.
Joshua!
Got it!
Lick price.
Here goes!
I don't know what that means. Oh, this is a revive. Oh shit. Oh, and I can't cancel it. Oh, this sucks. What a waste. Oh well. As you can see, she is the Light Mage. She's got Eric's fucking prayer. Great gospel.
No getting lazy. I'll be your opponent. I'll get you all. Gotcha.
Look at her. I don't want to spoil the 90 KZ for it. Yeah, the reference. A significant part. Minor spoilers, a significant part of 8 assumes that you know the other Yakuza games.
Snap out of it!
My turn. I can take them all.
Okay, there's no reason to. They already have a shield, so start beating their ass. Steal their bonuses.
Gotcha. How about this?
Actually, let it break here too.
Joshua!
Got it.
Ah!
I ain't losing.
All right. Time to end this.
Get him a Stella. White hair man. Oh, Hajungi. Yeah, yeah.
Hey. This is tough. I'll be your opponent. I'll get you all.
I think his context is in 6. Yakuza 6. So, I got that to look forward to. In that regard, and on topic of Yakuza 6, Yakuza 6 is my favorite Yakuza. Bar none. I'm just gonna kill this guy.
I'm not done yet.
Don't get cocky. Are you kidding? Damn. Quit acting dead.
Here goes.
You got weird hair, you're a main character, right? Nah, just use to. This is just be simple. Just
This is going to hurt.
use these guys. I want to see what these abilities look like. So we have Comfort and Sturm.
I believe in you, Joshua.
Not to worry about these. Rice I'm kind of worried about because he's a boss, but. Want to see Chloe's last ability.
You're going down! Kaboom!
I'll be your opponent.
Oh, I probably should have moraled. Oh well.
I won't let you! You're going down! Kaboom!
Boom!
I'll be your opponent. The perfect move.
Okay,
Too late.
I wanted to see Chloe's other abilities, but
It's on you.
This is going to hurt.
I got no CP, so.
No getting lazy!
She missed.
My turn.
Oh, cool.
I won't let you! You're going
This is
down!
outrageous.
Kaboom!
I'll change the tide of battle.
Unleashing!
How?
Okay, we just got the regular,
Here goes.
the regular Mook. Just go and start spamming magic. Oh shit, Chloe's dying. Oops. Sorry. Oh no, Joshua's dying. They look the same. I got them mixed up. Joshua looks like Chloe. Shit.
Leave it to me.
Sorry. Joshua is dying. I just feel Chloe for no reason. Oh well. I mean, just straight HP. God, these all like cure shit though.
Let us begin.
I won't let you!
Alright. Clem is saved.
Monsters? I get the bracers, but that girl ain't normal either.
Chloe! That was awesome! Woohoo! Go, Chloe!
You're really good. I can only assume you learned from a master.
I've still got a long way to go. I believe there's no point in fighting any longer. I ask you again. Let the child go.
You bitch!
You bitch.
You think we'll just hand over this brat after you humiliated us like that?
That's alright.
Enough. Who's that? Are you with them?
Aw shit. Agate's here.
Seriously? I know it's been a while, but you've already forgotten my voice, huh?
My homeboy.
Agate? You?
What are you doing here? And wait, do you know these guys?
All strength, baby. 20 strength.
Race.
Yes, sir?
What the hell are you morons doing? Harassing girls? Beating up kids? You really have time to be loafing around like that?
Shut up! You're the one who ran off, so you can't just barge in.
What was that?
Chief! Spare us! Here, look! I'll let the kid go.
Wait, he just said him
Chloe! Oh, thank goodness. You're safe now, all right?
Should have just done that from the start.
Seriously, you're as rough as ever. And actually, what's up with you arriving just in the nick of time?
I heard the news from Gene. He said some rookies I knew were investigating an
These guys are all
arson.
taller.
Now then,
Now they've got CTE.
Hey, kid,
What?
you've got guts to charge in here alone. I'll give you that. But you took things a bit too far this time. Try not to make your mom worry too much, all right?
Huh?
Clem!
Matron!
How did you know we were here?
The branch officer at the guild told me the situation and kindly guided me here. Oh, Clem, what were you thinking?
I'm not gonna say sorry this time. I'm gonna catch whoever set that fire with my bare hands.
Clem!
Matron Teresa, please don't scold him.
No, I have no intention of scolding him. Listen to me, Clem. I understand how you feel. That home where we all lived together was precious to me, too. However, even if you get your revenge on whoever did this, it won't bring our home back. So as long as all of you are safe, that is all I could ever ask for.
Why do I know that voice? You talking about the matron? I do that all the time, dude. I'm like, I know that voice. And the weird thing is, more often than not, I go and check who voiced them, and I'm like, I have no idea who this is. I have no idea who these characters are.
I don't wish for anything more. So please, no more dangerous stunts.
Matron.
You gonna cry, you little baby? He's crying, you little baby.
This kind of thing gets me every time.
I understand. I'm just so relieved that he's safe.
This is why I can't stand women and kids.
Okay,
Hey, kid. Get the matron and the brat out of here. I'm no good with this kind of stuff.
I don't mind, but what are you planning to do next?
I see some lines still made it in from the old game from 20 years ago.
Isn't it obvious? I'm gonna put the squeeze on these punks and find out if they're responsible for the fire. After I teach them a lesson or two, of course.
Have mercy!
Oh, I see. In that case, I'd hate to get in your way.
Thank you so much for everything. I don't know how I could ever repay you.
No need to thank us. It's part of our job, after all. But are you sure you don't want us to walk you back to Minoria?
Yes, we'll be fine. I know Gull's Seaside Way like the back of my hand. I cannot have you help us anymore. I'm afraid I'd be pushing my luck.
It's really no trouble.
Matron, please, at least let me accompany you.
No, my dear. You have festival preparations to attend to. The children are looking forward to it after all.
Very well.
Oh, good. I made it in time. The boat has been returned.
Ah, thanks.
I'm sorry for making you deal with that.
Oh, don't worry. It wasn't much trouble.
I owe you my thanks as well, Joshua.
Chloe? And Estelle and Joshua. Thank you for saving me today. I did something really stupid.
Clem,
I wanted to get revenge, but I couldn't do a thing. And then you had to come save me. I'm so pathetic.
That's not...
You aren't pathetic in the slightest.
Huh?
You stood strong and faced danger to protect the ones you care about. That's something even most adults can't do. If anything, I think that's pretty cool and brave.
Joshua said he's cool. Mr. Edgelord himself.
Joshua.
We have already remember like 5 games, yeah.
You don't have
Got the
to
weird
worry
hair.
about finding the culprits and bringing them to justice. That's our job. Instead, you should focus on protecting the matron and the children in the way only you can. Stay with them, help them with chores, cheer them up, support them. Clem, these are some of the things only you can do.
Something only I can do. Yeah, I think I get what you mean, Joshua.
Do you think you can do that?
Of course. Just leave it to me.
Thank you truly for everything. Well then, we'll be on our way now.
Oh, Chloe! I'm excited for your play.
Thank you. I'll do my best. So make sure to bring everyone to come see it.
I will. See you guys!
Thank goodness. He's back to his energetic self. That was such a beautiful speech, Joshua.
I was surprised too. I didn't expect Clem to completely bounce back. Joshua, you have my sincerest thanks.
No, I didn't say anything special. Protecting those you hold dear, huh? Anyway, I'm just glad he's safe. Thank you for your help, Chloe.
Oh, no. I should be the one thanking you. Oh, that reminds me. I wonder how the interrogation of those men at the warehouse is going.
The red-haired guy did say something about putting the squeeze on them. I wonder if he's done already.
For now, why don't we head back to the guild? Would you like to come with us, Chloe?
Yes. I want to know the truth of the matter as well. Just who could have started that fire?
All right then.
Who started the
Let's
fire?
go.
Who tried to kill these children? Chloe excels as a healer with a unique S cut that heals all allies. She specializes in water elemental arts. If grass at sea are highly effective. Precisely, it's a white mage. Extra magic. Spirits, okay. Let's advance up. Word stage, put this on Joshua. Okay, so now. Why do you get the white mage so late? Yeah. Now, inside that tower was a sword. Flavored. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so Mute and Seal are the bane of casters. The Seal is here would be very helpful. Should be able to nice petrify. Evasion arts. There's this mute. It'll make her immune to mute. I suppose then it's better to have a wider base of resist though, so I'm gonna go with sleep, because that gives him speed as well. She can cast faster. Alright. Other missions, so alright, next part. Definitely gonna save too. Now, she has a lot of healing. This is going to make fights a lot easier for the time being. Great work, kids. I heard the rescue went off without a hitch. Yeah, thankfully. Anyway, imagine our surprise. Never thought Mr. Redhair would show up. You mean Agate? He was already here in Ruan for another matter, so I kind of forced him to help. After all, he used to be the leader of the Ravens. I thought so. No wonder he seemed so rough around the edges. That was a long time ago, though. He showed up in Ruan when he was about your age. Led a pretty rough gang and caused a lot of trouble. Compared to those days, the Ravens now are model citizens. How did a guy like that manage to become a bracer? Well, he met someone who changed his life. From there, he worked hard to become a bracer, and now he's one of our rising stars. People really can change. Enough with that bullshit. He's so cool. Oh, he's back. You just say whatever you want, don't you? Still the same smug bastard, I see. I'll take that as a compliment. More importantly, how did the questioning go? Good, I'm all done for now. I can't say for sure, but I don't think it was them. Oh, really? You're not just covering for them, are you? Why would I do that, dumbass? Plenty of people saw him drinking all night at the Sailor's Tavern. I doubt anyone as drunk as they were could have started that fire without getting burned. If that's the case, maybe we can remove them from the suspect list for now. Honestly, I doubt they'd have the guts to do something like this in the first place. Yeah, true. They really are all bark, no bite. Anyway, I'll be sure to keep an eye on them while I hunt down the real culprit. Huh? I'm taking over the investigation from here. You two are stepping back. What? Hey, we were here first. Why are you butting in? Could you give us an explanation? You're letting your personal feelings get in the way. That clouds your judgment. That applies to everyone, not just bracers. Not to mention you went and got a civilian dragged into a fight. Oh. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. This is about their lack of professionalism. What I want to say is that you still don't have the right mindset for this job. Do you really have to be that harsh with us? No matter what you say, we promised the matron that we'd... Hey, Gene. What does the rulebook say about when a senior bracer and a junior bracer both request the same mission? Really? You know as well as I do. Obviously, the senior bracer gets it. Ugh. We might not be seniors, but we can hold our own in a fight. We can at least help you with it. I don't need help for a simple investigation. Alright, we're done here. Don't take this personally, okay? Who the hell does he think he is? As frustrating as it is, I don't think he's wrong. Shame we don't have firmer ground to stand on. I'm really sorry. If only I hadn't drawn my sword. You didn't do anything wrong. Seriously, I swear that guy has it out for us. Now, go easy on him. He's not the best at expressing himself, but he really does mean well. And that's not all. This case might be connected to the one he's been working on as well. What? What case is that? I can't tell you the details, but please, leave this to him. I'd really appreciate it if you did. I see. Alright, we'll explain everything we've discovered so far. Yes, please do. Alright. Oh, we're getting close. See if we can get on Josh would be very good. You can put this on any of them really, but I think Joshua's gonna get that one. It seems you two really have looked into this. But as I mentioned, there are some complications with this case. I'm afraid your investigation will have to end with this report. But I really wanted to do something for the matron and the kids. This is so unfair. Estelle. Jean? Perhaps I've misunderstood, but braces are allowed to assist us with community events too, are they not? It depends, but yes, for the most part. For example, we're helping with the Royal Academy School Festival security since it's such a big event. In that case, Estelle, Joshua, would you both consider helping us with our play? Ah, the school arc. Huh? What exactly do you mean by that? At the end of the festival each year, we perform a play in the auditorium. The children are looking forward to it too, but we still haven't decided on the actors for 2 major roles. Oh boy. Do you mean you want us to play those parts? Yes, and at this rate, we might have to cancel this year's play. I'd feel terrible. The children are so excited to see it. So, last night, I mentioned the 2 of you to our student council president. She was thrilled with the idea and insisted I bring you to the school at once. She mentioned that they will offer you a small stipend from the budget. Wait, why us? I mean, I've never acted once in my life. We're looking for a girl experienced in combat. And I thought you'd be able to perform the role perfectly, Estelle. I see. Well, I'm pretty confident in my combat skills, so... Sounds like a perfect role for you. And what is the other one like? Well, I'd rather not say myself. Oh, why not? Because it's a little embarrassing. What exactly are you implying there? Hey, Joshua, you're just gonna bother her if you keep pushing like that. We get to take part in the festival and make those kids happy. And it's official work. That's a 3-in-1 combo. Looks like we gotta do it. Hold on. Jean, are we really allowed to take on these types of requests? Of course you are. That's community work. Nothing wrong with contributing locally. Thanks to Agate, we should have everything covered here. So go on and take that request if you like. Yay. Heart emoji. Sigh. I can't say I have a good feeling about this. But if it'll cheer up the children, we should accept the offer. Before we go, though, we should probably take care of any other business we have here. I doubt there'll be time to return here once we've arrived. Yeah, good point. Hey, Chloe. We might need to make a couple of stops along the way. Is that okay? Oh, of course. Please don't worry about me. By the way, to get to the Royal Academy, head out to the Gull Seaside Way and take the first fork east on the forest path. Alright, got it. Okay then, let's go.
The Genis Royal Academy, huh? Should I brush up on my proper greetings? Why, hello. Good day. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh no, it's not that formal.
Estelle, please don't do that. You're making me embarrassed.
It's embarrassed.
Let's see.
Oh boy. I don't know if we'll get to the school arc tonight, but maintenance mail. Like we saw a deliver a toolkit for the routine maintenance of our lighthouse. Okay. Map mystery is pirate treasure hidden along Skull Seaside Way. You're just enjoying treasure hunt. Should talk to Jimmy and wait at the chapel. Exploration escort. Michael's about to go to Crone Trail. Look for someone to escort him. Kind of Minoria Village. Delegate diplomacy. Particular travelers causing trouble at airline checkpoint. We urge you to seek someone to solve the issue of diplomatic matter. Okay. Okay, we went there. Can't let them clues. The Elmore family's treasure, the Saffron torch, has been stolen. We're requesting immediate assistance in retrieving it. Okay.
There's nothing for you to report.
So I'm 3 away from getting that headband. I absolutely want that headband. What I'm gonna do first off is I'm gonna see if I can upgrade Chloe's sword. Back here.
Time for some shopping.
Take your time to choose.
Yeah, this is worse, but can I upgrade? Oh, I need some money at least.
Come back anytime.
This is not a place to upgrade, is it? Oh well. Okay, so I'm gonna do this one first, since it's way over here. Go ahead and save. I can't really hear anything. Ridiculous. What's going to happen? Looks like even the Royal Army can't say no to the rich and powerful, huh? What are those people doing? They seem to be just ordinary travelers. But what? I find it interesting that there's no guard here. Now that you mention it, maybe something happened. I don't know. We should probably find a guard and ask what's going on. Yeah, let's do that.
Whoa, this is amazing.
Ooh.
I can watch this forever.
You really feel the power of nature.
No. If even Braces were unable to confront selfish bigwigs, there'd be no hope left in this world. Here. So, has Disgrace changed his mind? Disgrace never changes his mind once it has been decided. He will likely stay here unless he has some drastic change of heart. Ah, I see. And there's nothing that can be done until the Braces arrive. Yes, unfortunately. Now, if you'll excuse me. Yes. Duke Doonan, huh? Huh? I've seen that guy somewhere. Ah, you there. Are you Bracers? Welcome. I'm the garrison captain, Han. Nice to meet you. I'm Estelle, a junior bracer. Joshua, junior bracer. We saw on the bulletin board that there was a troublesome traveler. Actually, yes. We've got this tricky visitor, and we're not sure how to deal with him. Can you lend us your aid? Yes. Yes. Thank you so much. Well, let me explain what's going on. No progress as of yet. Do those people over there have something to do with it? No, they are the victims in this incident. The traveler in question is currently in the cafeteria. The cafeteria? Yes, we've been trying to get him to leave. My subordinates are making an attempt at it right now. Make him leave? Just how bad is this guy? Well... Hey. Aren't you in charge here? Hurry up and do something about this. How can you allow something this outrageous? The Royal Army serves the people, doesn't it? Then serve us. Do something. Please, everyone. You all have to calm down. How can we be calm? Alright, just step back for a moment. Joshua, are you okay? I'm fine here. Estelle, you guys go and check what's going on at the cafeteria. Okay, got it. Come on. Right.
I'm looking forward to this.
As I said, if you reserve all the lodgings in the cafeteria, it will greatly inconvenience the other guests. Why can't you understand that? Your Excellency, it is as they say. Perhaps you should return to Ruan as scheduled. Silence, Philip! I like this place. It gives me a nice close view of the Airleaden waterfall. Are you listening? Ah, I was wondering you'd cause such a ruckus. It's the Duke of Tantrums. Hmm? Oh, your bracers. It took you a while. We've been waiting. So that troublesome traveler, is it him? Who else would it be? Ah, now I get it. No wonder the person the captain was speaking with looks so familiar. The Duke decided that he wants to stay here, and demanded to reserve every room plus the cafeteria. He's really as selfish as they come. Truly, what a troublesome man. You can't have regular folks camp outdoors just because a member of the royal family is staying here. Which is why we've called upon some heroes of justice. Please, try to convince that Duke to return to Ruan. Wait, me? Negotiations are part of a bracer's job, aren't they? Unfortunately, we soldiers are only trained with the sword and gun. I haven't gotten any training in negotiations either. Well, I do have a few tricks up my sleeve. But I let Joshua deal with most of the negotiating stuff. Still, we can't leave things as they are. You have to help us, please. Oh, fine. I guess I've got no choice. Glad my faith in you wasn't misplaced. Send Estelle to go crazy. Send in this dumbass to go negotiate with the Duke. Just so we're clear, I'm not confident at all about this. Nobody is. Don't expect too much. You'll be fine, Estelle. Sure, thanks. I'll just hope for the best and prepare for the worst. Mr. Duke. Oh, we met the other day. Yeah, long time no see. Seems like you're still having trouble. Huh? Philip, who are you talking to? I gotta make a good first impression. So, it probably helped to be a bit of a kiss ass to this guy. So he's absolutely full of himself. Your Grace, we have come for you. Come for me? I never ordered anyone to do that. Besides, where are you even from? Shit. I don't know if he gives a shit about the mayor. But he is staying at the Hotel Blanche. From Hotel Blanche. You were asked by the owner to come and get you. Oof, I see. Well, isn't that admirable? But I am not returning to Ruan tonight. I've already decided I'll stay here at Airleaden. Mayor does have higher authority, Shit, you might be right. This is the critical moment. I have to lead him to think that he doesn't want to stay here anymore. Such a low-class place. There's dinner at the mayor's residence tonight. I kind of think maybe gaslighting him. Telling you farted in all the beds. Maybe gaslighting him about this place. He doesn't want to stay here. What? You're gonna stay in such a dilapidated place? Okay, that word's a little too big for Estelle, I think. From the looks of it, this shack doesn't seem worthy of the next king, not one bit. There's no need to state the obvious. I never once thought this place is fitting for me. I simply thought it would be interesting to imitate the commoner life. Well, sure, that makes sense. But you can't expect to have elaborate food served here. And it's actually very unsanitary, speaking of farting in the beds. Why, Ayada? Is it now? Yes, now that you mention it, it is rather dirty around here. I cannot stay at a place like this after all. Alright, he just needs one last push. By your feet, Your Excellency. By your feet, Your Excellency. What about my feet? There's a huge roach. Philip! Yes? Where is the bug? Where did it go? Please, hurry up and kill it! Aw, I knew that the commoner's cafeteria would be unsanitary. I think I saw some monsters dropping here and there too. They can't anymore. Philip, we're returning at once. Yes, I believe that would be wise. There he goes. Thank you so much. Yeah, don't mention it. Nice. And then that girl gave the finishing blow. Told him there was this giant roach. You should have seen his face when he heard that. Wow, I feel so much better now. So that's what happened. That's a relief. I was worried that you might resort to violence. Start beating the shit out of the Duke. But, from what I heard from Kinds? Kainz? Kinds. Kinds. What a strange name. You dealt with it perfectly. It was a bit annoying to hear you badmouth my place. Sorry about that. I lied a little bit to try and make the Duke nervous. Well, I'm surprised. I can't believe you convinced someone with just your words, Estelle. I can do anything I put my mind to. I just pretended I was you, Joshua. Oh, really? Yeah, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to lie that easily. Or Joshua. Me either. Well, white lies aren't always bad. You did that to help others, so the goddess Adios will forgive you. Yes, thank you for today. I wish you the best on your other missions. Thanks, bye for now. Please excuse us. Get wrecked, Joshua.
Perfect!
Always at Joshua's expense.
Seriously, that Duke, he still acts like a spoiled kid.
And he says he's the next king. I really hope he's not serious.
Yes, but there may not be anyone more suited for it.
Oh, I should actually go through her ornaments really fast. What does she have here? Mind. Defense is not super helpful. AP cut's good, AP 1, and a locked slot. Okay, this one's the weird one. Ah, here we go. Mercy. This will be perfect. Going up. Okay, so that's done. I can actually get the
Let's go!
the headband for Joshua. So
I'm all ears.
rank
Rank
up.
up! Congrats! Alright, time for your reward.
Nice. Oh, there is a rail locket in this game. Okay, gladiator built. Okay, so I'm gonna equip this on Joshua.
Job well done.
Rank of use death blow, resist poison, blind sleep. With this one. There we go. Now, Joshua. Let's see. Look at his stats. Joshua has 134% accuracy. And accuracy, it's pretty standard accuracy versus evasion, or minus evasion rather, when it comes to attacking something. So 134 is really good. Most things shouldn't be able to dodge him. with the exception of some very specific monsters. Okay, so next up, Horrible Factory. I think, as long as this isn't the escort mission, I don't want to do that yet. Tobias. Hey, are you Tobias? We're from the Bracer Guild. Oh, must be about the maintenance bag. I've been waiting for you. So, do you think you can deliver it right away? Yes, we've been fast traveled. Go ahead and take the goods. The goods? Sounds sketchy. Careful, it's heavy. Be careful, he's a hero. Bigger than you thought, huh? It's packed with everything. Spare organ parts, full tool set, the works. You just haul it to Varian Lighthouse, right? Yeah, make sure you hand it straight to Keeper Volk to himself. All that equipment's expensive, so be extra careful with it. I heard from Jean, but still I didn't expect this. Expect what? You two. I heard you were fresh, but I didn't imagine you'd be this young. Fresh? That makes it sound like fish. Still, gotta admit it makes me a bit uneasy. Urgh. Hey, don't write us off just because we're young. No, that's not what I meant. Just wondering what old Vaughn is going to think. Ah, right. You already know about him? Yep, I'm sorry to say we do. Our meeting was, let's call it, an interesting experience. Ha, from the sound of it, you know the drill. You should be fine then. But cut the old man some slack, okay? Keeping a lighthouse is lonely work. It's no wonder he gets so cranky. For ships at sea, a lighthouse is practically their lifeline. The lighthouse keeper's shoulders a heavy responsibility. I see. Must be a tough life. When he was a fisherman, he often went to drink at Laventar. But now he's always stuck at the lighthouse, so he can barely ever go out their famous cocktails. It's a real shame for him. I'd love to bring him something as a gift, but... There I go, yapping away again. Well, anyway, no matter what the old man says to you, don't take it personally. Gotcha. Won't take it to heart. Okay, we're off. Anything else? That's all. If you forget the details, swing back and I'll go over them again. Okay, I'm counting on you.
Here we go, Estelle.
Okay, so this one I should be able to just fast travel.
Yes, let us depart.
There we go. Heal up.
Ah, this is calming.
Alright, and in. Old man vote. Hi there, delivery. R2. It's been a while, hasn't it? We're here on a different job today. We have a request in the Bracer Guild to deliver this maintenance bag to you. There you go. Careful now, it's heavy. Hand it over, maintenance bag. Thank you. Appreciate you coming all the way out here. Don't worry about it. Also, the people from the town are worried about you. They know work is tough, but they hope that you'll take care of yourself. Yes, I'm grateful to hear that. I suppose you're finally understanding the spirit of being considerate? I'm not so sure. I think it's still hard for me. Not at all. I think you've gotten much better at it. Then again, you still have much to work on. Now then, thanks for today. I'm going back to work now. I've got to do the regular maintenance. We'll see you later. Take care, Gramps. Good afternoon.
One and done.
And that should just be it.
That was wonderful.
Can I fast? No, I can't. Pitter patter, pitter patter. There we go. Okay. Hand this in.
Let's go. Oh, gotcha. Job well done.
It'll be a minute before I get that next tier. The next tier is alright. I don't particularly use... Okay, that one can be kind of long. This one's the treasure chest. To the chapel.
Goddess of the sky, meteors.
Jimmy. This is the guy we met on the beach last time. Aren't you the guy from earlier? It's been a while. Oh hey, you're that guy we met on the beach. Just call me Jimmy. You really saved me the other day. Thank you again. So, you're here because you saw the bulletin board, right? Yeah, we did. But why are we meeting up in a place like this? I mean, isn't it easy to spot me? Plus, it doesn't cost any mirror, no matter how long we stay. Just hiring bracers costs a lot, you know? Let's start talking about your request then. It sounded kind of fun from what was written on the board, but why so vague? You won't be disappointed, trust me. Matter of fact, I found this amazing old map. And that map is a treasure map left behind by the great pirate Schirmer? What? No way. Who's great pirate armor or whatever? You don't know who Schirmer is? I don't believe it. What kind of citizen of Ruan are you? I'm no kind of citizen of Ruan. I don't live here. Schirmer is... I believe that's the name of a pirate that was active around Ruan 100 years ago. That's right. Impressive knowledge. As expected from someone from the Royal Academy. That cute uniform isn't just for show. Whoa, you know everything, Chloe. There's really no need for such high praise. I just overheard it somewhere and happened to remember. I want to hire you to look for Schirmer's treasure. So I'd like you to take a look at the map right away. Do you remember where you found me last time? The beach terrain, there was like a basin. Right, I believe it's located halfway down Gull Seaside Way. That's right. I'm pretty sure that place is the spot marked with this triangle symbol. You might be right. So that's why you were there. That's right, I was doing my own on-site investigation. I found the basin I was about to start digging when those monsters appeared. That's why I decided to hire professionals for help this time. And this X symbol is... Yeah, as you can see, there's an arrow drawn from the triangle symbol to the X mark, but I think this arrow is probably showing the route to the treasure. Which means there's treasure hidden at the spot marked with an X. Don't you think so too? Whoa, this actually looks real. Oh right, we should write this down. Oh, if you want, I can lend you the map. Ancient Sea Chart. Thank you very much. We'll use the map as a reference and try searching for the spot marked with an X. Judging by the location, looks like it's somewhere on the beach near Ruan. Yeah, that's right. You summed it up perfectly, in fact. Why, thank you. You really think we can find it? I'm worried too. The beach is quite vast. I know where it is. Right, even with the map, it's still going to be difficult. No, it's not. Don't bring down morale. Morale? Morale. If you search every inch of beach on Gull Seaside Way, I'm sure you'll find it eventually. In other words, you get to brute force this, huh? Aren't you good at that, Estelle? I wouldn't say I'm bad at it, but I wouldn't exactly call it a plan either. It's not efficient, but there's no other option right now. We'll simply have to explore the beaches along the seaside road as best we can. Guess we don't have a choice. We'll report back if we have any luck. I'm counting on you. We're splitting the treasure when it's found.
I'm looking forward to this.
Okay. I already went here earlier. I went here the last time. This should be nice and fast.
Let's move. All right, let's get treasure hunting.
I wonder if it really exists.
There we go. Smash. Alright. Examine. Obtain skull daggers and treasure map fragment. Wow, this dagger looks nice. It seems very old. Based on the material, it could be from from before the Orbital Revolution. So what's that piece of paper? It looks like a torn map. Could it be? Is this that treasure Jimmy talked about? Unfortunately, I don't think they're related. This appears to have washed ashore from somewhere else. It could be some cargo from a shipwreck. Yes, I think so too. I heard those accidents were common back in the day. Oh yeah, before airships existed, people relied on regular old sea ships to transport things, right? I wonder if these waters were part of a trade route in the past. Oh. A simple enough quest.
Let's go.
And is it? Ruan. Back to Jimmy. Yoo-hoo, Jimmy. Hey, you're finally back. So, how was the treasure? We haven't found the treasure just yet. But in the meantime, we found this old dagger and marine chart. Marine chart? Whoa, that's a big discovery. Show it to me, quickly. Don't rush me. Hand over treasure map fragment. Wow, what is this? This is amazing. Too amazing. This must be the treasure map of the pirate Shermer. Huh? Huh? Now hold on, mister. Then what do you call this old map we borrowed from you before? No, what I had must have been the map to get to the real treasure map. It's the map to find the map that shows where the hidden treasure is located. This is getting a bit messy. That marine chart was just in some random barrel. Let's just brush that part aside for now. Maybe us finding the marine chart there was a total coincidence, but it was found only because Jimmy believed in that old map of his. You're right. I guess it's a matter of perspective. He seems to be happy, so let's just leave it be. Oh, right. Hey Jimmy, what are you gonna do with the dagger we found with it? Hmm? Oh, I'll give that to you guys. After all, I was feeling bad about how few Mira I can pay you. Feel free to use it as you see fit. Thanks. I'm super thankful for your help. This marine chart looks to be one heck of a find. I think I'll be getting busy from now on. I don't have any time to waste either. I'll try to decipher and surprise old O'Neill. Old O'Neill. See you later. Thanks again. O'Neill. Oh, I see. That's why. Hmm? Who's this O'Neill? He's the old man that runs a general goods store. Unfortunately, he has a tendency to exaggerate all his stories. Ah, I know people like that. So you're saying that Jimmy believed in the tall tales the old guy told him? Yes, it seems that way. Boy, it must suck to be so naive. It's rich coming from Estelle. Oh, but that also means that we found the real marine chart because of what the old guy said. Yeah, it would seem that way. What an interesting turn of events. Good things comes to those who believe. Though in Jimmy's case, I worry that he's a bit too gullible. Well, chasing after your dream wholeheartedly is an admirable way to live, I guess.
We did great, Estelle.
Nice, nice. Okay, so that's a weapon for Joshua, right? Ooh, wow, that is a huge... That is a lot less, yeah, these knives suck.
That was wonderful.
If I can upgrade, maybe, but... That's a significant drop in stats. Okay, next is the thief quest. Okay. Save. Nope. Gilbert. Goodness. How could the Saphriel torch have been stolen? And at the worst possible time. Oh, it's you two. I've been waiting for you. Oh? Ah, and Chloe was with you too. Yes, I am accompanying them. We saw your bulletin board posting. What's the current situation? It's exactly as you see. There was a grand candelabrum placed on its pedestal. Wow. It's just gone like it was never there. Well, that is why I requested an emergency investigation take place. Do you think you can do this? Yes. You can. Well then, let's proceed. Thank you very much. But let me explain fully what the current problem is. A candelabrum called the Saphriel Torch has been stolen. It is an Orbit masterpiece created right after the Orbital Revolution. It is also a Dalmor family heirloom. If it were to be sold, it would likely fetch a price of a couple million Mira. A couple million? I see. So it isn't the doing of some small-time thief. Huh? Why? If the stolen goods are that expensive, they would need special channels to be able to sell them. That's why the culprit has to be someone that has connections of that nature. Gotcha. If you can't turn it into Mira after stealing it, there's not really any point. About that, it seems that this theft wasn't committed merely for Mira. Huh? How exactly? Please, take a look at this card. What lies here is more bestial than the beast of beasts. The azure light exalts the souls lost in darkness. I free the light left behind. Hark, seekers. Welcome only the truth to your eyes like Adios. Head to the three-eyed giant towering over civilization. There, seekers. May you reach the azure light. Phantom Thief B. What is this? It was left on the pedestal, right where the candelabrum should be. Reading its contents, we can safely assume that it's something the culprit left behind. In other words, this is their calling card. That's probably what it is. If they were only after Mira, they wouldn't be doing something like this. I wonder what all those metaphors mean. It just sounds like a poem to me. The azure light in the darkness. I wonder if this azure light refers to the stolen candelabrum. Yes, we can probably assume so. That candelabrum was gifted to the previous mayor by the citizens for his contribution to the town's development. That exalts the souls part would fit that narrative. Okay, I see. But what about the last section? It kind of sounds like it's directed at us. The part about going to the three-eyed giant towering over civilization. That's true, it's telling us to go somewhere specific. Which naturally means this giant is referring to a real location. Let's say the civilization is referring to Ruan. That would mean that there's a three-eyed giant somewhere in town. But what would be considered giant? It's still a clue though, so I'd better jot it down. Seems like this is finally off my hands. I'll excuse myself now, I have other work I must attend to. That was it. Yeah, I think we're gonna finish these, get to the school, and call it. We'll leave the school episode for next time. I'll entrust this investigation to you all. Alright. First, let's thoroughly investigate the inside of the manor. No, that won't be necessary. Why? The people of this household have already looked through everything. That's why we would like for you to investigate the town districts. Huh? But the card is a clear clue. It would be best to base your investigation on that, starting as soon as possible. Our top priority is retrieving the candelabrum. I see. If that is your request, then we will oblige. I guess we just have to do what the client wants. I don't mean to tell professionals how to do their jobs. We're desperate, that's all. Thank you for your understanding. Now then, I'll leave you to it. I'll be on the second floor, so come to me if you need anything. Oof, what a weird incident this is. I guess we have to go by what's written on the card to start an investigation. It's definitely a hint that it's somewhere in Ruan. There's no point in standing still here. Let's get going.
Let's find the three-eyed giant towering over civilization. Maybe it's a tall building.
Perhaps we should keep our gazes up.
3-Eye. I think I saw something when we first arrived here.
I don't remember. I kind of think that in the original you did not... That little... There was no party banter in the original because there was no voice acting in the original. And if I remember right, I don't think there was... Because everything's marked on the map now. This wasn't marked on the map originally. You had to find this manually or use a guide. Enjoy the party banter and such most more. Yeah, I like party banter. It makes the party a little more lively. What's wrong? There's a calling card there. Huh? Hey, you're right. Let's check it out. There's no mistake. It's the same kind of card as what was found at the mayor's residence. I see. So this is what they meant by three-eyed. Oh, I get it. It does look like 3 eyes now that you mention it. So, what's written on the card? Let's take a look. Hark, seekers. Welcome only the truth to your eyes like Adios. Go to the unending waltz of red and black. There, seekers, may you reach the azure light. May the thief be. Looks like I know which part I'm noting down. Obviously, it's the unending waltz of red and black part, right? Red and black, I see. Would this be found somewhere in Rouen again? I think so. The culprit seems to like to play with riddles. They won't try to break their own rules. Whoever it is seems like a real piece of work. Anyway, let's go and look for the next one. Okay, I know where this one is.
Those aren't exactly the colors you'd expect.
It's marked on the map even.
And a waltz. That's the dance where you spin around, right? Is there a place like that?
It's probably not a building. Maybe we should check indoors.
Hey, what will it be?
Let's go upstairs. A waltz of red and black. Yes, the answer is the casino. It can only be roulette. Seems that way. Let's check it out. Oh, guess. Are you looking for something? I like his mustache. Spieler. Sorry to bother you. We'll be quick. Here it is. There is a card stuck to the side. So, what's the message this time? Let's take a look. Hark, seekers. Welcome only the truth to your eyes, like Adios. Go to the one-eyed lion resting in the port of land. There, seekers, may you reach the azure light. Phantom Thief be. Alright, I noted it down. The important parts are the port of land and the one-eyed lion. This time it's one-eyed. I'm sure we'll understand what it means when we see it, just like the other locations. Yeah, let's roll. Sorry to bother you.
One-eyed lion on the port of land?
If we get too caught up on the riddle, we'll just get more confused.
All right, let's keep it simple.
Where's the exit? There it
Where's
is.
this one-eyed thing?
I think the port of land part is more important, though.
And of course, it's marked over here. I do kind of miss having to think about the riddles, but I guess them just being marked. Let's keep things moving along. Best South Park episode of all time is on right now. Oh god. Now what are they, what are they showing now? I haven't watched South Park in a long time. Very long time. Oh, the defense, so nice. Nice, nice, nice. I see. So this is the one-eyed lion. I guess it does kind of look like a lion, if you really think about it. This is definitely the port of land. There's no mistake. Yeah, let's try to take a look around. Alright, I found the card. Let's read what's on it. Hark, seekers. Welcome only the truth to your eyes like Adios. Go to the barrels beyond the drawbridge where the steel crane rests. There, seekers, may you reach the azure light. Phantom Thief be. It's exactly like the others. This time it's a steel crane. And if it's beyond the drawbridge, it must mean the port. How long do we have to keep doing this? I'm sure it'll be over soon. Let's keep at it until then, Estelle. Estelle, why are you the one being encouraged? Oof. I'm just starting to get tired, that's all. Right, let's hype ourselves up and do this. Major Oh, is it the fucking chili episode? Fucking Scott. I can't remember his last name.
A steel crane. I think I know what that is.
If we pictured silhouette, it should be obvious.
Yes, let's go.
Wow. There's a crane here. Scott Tenorman, that's his name, Tenorman. That's odd. The steel crane just literally refers to the mechanical crane this time. But I didn't see barrels anywhere. And what do we do now? Hey, mister. Hey, what's up? Have you seen a barrel around here? Barrel? Well, sure, but which one? The warehouses are full of them. Well, I guess as far as we go. Wait, a warehouse? What is it? Well, I just remembered something. Do you remember how we found the warehouse key around here? There was a request from someone called Hart, right? Do you remember what he said? He said he took barrels around the crane and moved them to a warehouse. Oh, that's right. So the barrels that were here before have been transported to a warehouse. That has to be it. I'm amazed you realized it, Estelle. I had my moments. Anyway, let's hurry to where Harg is and ask him about it. Harg. Where's Harg? There he is. Excuse me, Harg. There's something we want to ask you. Ask me? What is it? We want to ask you about when you lost your key. You said that you moved barrels around the crane and into the warehouse. Is that right? That's right. One barrel in particular was in front of the crane and in the way. I just moved along into the warehouse. And then I lost my key after that. Can you let us into that warehouse? We need to investigate that barrel. I get real ornery about people going in and out of warehouses. It's where merchandise gets stored. I can't let non-employees in there that easily. Aw, now what do we do? But you guys did help me out a lot. I'll find a way. You just need to be able to check that barrel, right? Yes, that's correct. Then I'll bring it outside of the warehouse for you. That way you can check the barrel without going inside. Oh, perfect. Sorry for the trouble, and thank you. This is nothing. Alright, follow me. Okay, it's open now. Hold on a sec while I bring it out here. Chief Portos? What are you doing here? Oh, well, there was something that was bothering me. So I went inside with a duplicate key. What the? Duplicate? We had one of those? I never knew. By the way, who are they? Oh, they're from the Bracer Guild. They said they want to check a barrel inside for an investigation. Oh, I see. But unauthorized individuals aren't allowed in the warehouse when it's being used for storage. Yes, that's why I'm the one going in to get the barrel. If I bring it outside to them, it isn't a problem, right? Ah, then that's fine. Go ahead and cooperate with their investigation. But to think you came all the way out here. You must be talented bracers despite being so young. Why, thank you. If there's anything you want to know, Hark here is the person to ask. Oh, I have to go now. Bye, sir. Alright, let me bring the barrel out. Phew, all done. I hope this is the barrel you're looking for. Oh, it's so big. How did you carry it by yourself? We men of the ports are a brawny lot, I'll have you know. Estelle, I found the calling card. Huh? Really? My apologies. It was my mistake that the barrel was moved. But you came all the way here after finding the warehouse key. If it's you two, you just might be able to reveal the truth. As a reward, I'll return what you seek. Peer within the barrel. With you two leading the chase, it was inevitable that this candelabra would return to its owner somehow. Uh-oh, looks like it's time. Until we meet again, Phantom Thief B. This is giving me the creeps. It's like the guy was watching us from somewhere close by. You're right. Hey, this card. Ink isn't even dry yet. What? Hey, what are you people doing here? Huh? Chief Portos. We just cleared this with you a few minutes ago. Huh? What are you talking about? Shoot, we've been had. No way. Then the Portos we saw earlier was an imposter. That's who it was. We have an imposter among us. The culprit disguised himself as the chief to rewrite the card. Oh no. Then we have to go after him. Wait, Estelle. She's gone. Joshua, shouldn't you join her? Unfortunately, it's already too late. The moment we didn't see through the imposter's disguise is when we lost. Estelle probably won't catch up to the culprit or even see where he went. There's an imposter among us. And as soon as he disappears, Salamandius comes in. That's pretty sus, man. I'm just kidding. Hello, Salamandius. How was your Christmas? If you celebrate. I hope it was merry. I see. Never mind that. Let's check to see if the candelabrum is safe. The client wanted us to prioritize the retrieval over capturing the thief. Yes, that's right. The calling card said that it was inside this barrel. Right. You're just hoping that's actually true. Oh man. I hope she'll be back soon. Christmas is okay. How was yours? Mine was pretty good. Very busy past 3 or 4 days. I'm just glad it's over and I have some time to breathe, man. Jeez. And that's what happened. The candelabrum was retrieved unscathed, but unfortunately we didn't find any clues on the culprit's identity. Aside from the alias, Phantom Thief B. If only I realized there was an imposter earlier. By the time I ran after him, he was dust in the wind. Not at all. You all fulfilled your duties just fine. You did retrieve the candelabrum for me after all. The mayor's right. You all did very well. Thank you for that. But the fact remains that we allowed the culprit to escape. Yeah, I'm not satisfied with this. I can't let someone like that just run free. If we can have your permission, we would like to proceed with the investigation. We want to reinvestigate the manor to potentially find new clues. No, that won't be necessary. My request did not include the culprit's capture in the first place. Well, as I flub my words. The candelabrum has been returned, but Joshua, I understand your passion for justice, but this crime was simply one directed at me personally. I do not want to bother you all any longer for something as minor as this. Even in this moment, there is someone out there in need of help from a bracer. Losing my fucking ability to speak, man. It's all going to shit. Instead of fixating on me, I want you to prioritize other people in need. Mayor. You understand. Then this concludes the investigation. Fine, I guess. Yes, good work. Your reward will be paid in full. Now then, I must excuse myself. I still have much work to do. I will pray that your future endeavors will be fruitful. Thank you. We'll also excuse ourselves then. Phew. I guess that's case closed, but it really doesn't feel that way. Yes, I agree. Oh, Joshua. You're trying to think through something by yourself again. Huh? Yeah, I guess. I just wonder why the culprit chose to steal the candelabrum in the first place. Oh wait, yeah. We never did find out the reason, did we? And the last card sounded like it was hinting at something. It mentioned having high hopes for the two of you. Now I'm really curious. Hey, how about we continue our investigation? We still don't even know how the culprit got in. How about we sneak into the manor tonight and check things out? Let's not. If we do that, we'll be no better than the actual thief. We can't just let things end like this. We've got no choice. The client doesn't want us to do anything more. We have to accept it. Come on, let's get moving. As the mayor said, we still have a lot to do. Fine. We'll just have to endure it for now. Alright, let's shake it off and move on. Yes, let's.
One and done.
Alright, another side mission done. So all we have left is the escort. I hate escort missions, but we have the continuing to the school episode, the school arc with Chloe. So let me go ahead and sit. How is it? I'll go for another hour. Another hour. Another hour. 7 BP, goddamn. Alright.
There's nothing for you to report.
Okay. Nice. Definitely save here. Okie dokie. To Minoria.
Let's go!
Now, the escorts missions aren't nearly as bad in this game as they were in other ones. The only thing is forced battles. Forced battles are very annoying. Because the NPCs, they just randomly walk in different directions. Which means if they walk towards the monsters, they will be promptly destroyed. Alright. Amelia. Oh? Excuse me, are you folks from the Bracers Guild? Oh, yes. I personally am not, but these two are Bracers. Oh, could it be? Are you Amelia? That's right. I've been waiting for you. Let's discuss the details of your request. It was an escort job, correct? Yes, I would like to ask you to escort my uncle. He's going to Crony Trail. Crony Trail, huh? Gotcha. So he's trying to get to Bose. No, it's not that. He just wants to go to Crony Trail, apparently. Why? What's there to do at Crony Trail? He said he was going to look for some rare wild vegetables, I think. I'm sorry, I never quite understand what my uncle is saying. Oof. Okay then. Then maybe it's quicker to ask him instead. Yes, that's a good idea. Please wait a moment. I'll call him over right now. It sounded so easy when I read the request on the bulletin board, but I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this. Crony Trail is known to be a perilous place. Why would he want to go somewhere like that for forage? That's right. I think we'll have to ask the person in question for the details. Hey, looks like they're back. Wait, huh? Where's your uncle? Well, unfortunately, it seems he's already departed. What? Departed? As in, to Crony Trail? I think so. I told him so many times to wait for the braces to arrive. Why is he always like this? Okay, now I'm worried. I can't believe he's out on the Crony Trail all by himself. Yeah, and that area is especially dangerous after dark. I hope he returns before sundown. Right, I'm so sorry about this. I made you come all the way out here for nothing. Nah, don't sweat it. It wasn't a big deal or anything. I'm really sorry. I'll be sure to scold my uncle once he returns.
Here we go,
Okay, so I have to go check on him.
Here we go.
Luckily we have fast travel.
Let me assist.
Oh. I missed a path. 1 second. Something up here. Cast one. Ooh. That might be good on Estelle, actually. What happened with the orphanage? So the orphanage was burned down, and we believe it to be arsonists. Like it was burned down by someone on purpose. The matron mentioned that a man with silver hair and an ivory jacket came and helped them. We also know that the doors, the hinges of the doors were ripped clean off, so whoever opened the doors to this orphanage was very strong, but mysterious man came and did Sephiroth do this, yeah. Mysterious Sephiroth man came and saved them, and then ran to Minoria here to get help. Now it was thought that perhaps it was the Ravens, which is that gang of delinquents we talked to last time. They were creeping on Chloe and Estelle. But after kicking their ass, we determined it is not them. Agus, the guy with the big sword and the red hair from last time, came along, and he seems to know who it is, and he took over the investigation and kicked Joshua and Estelle off the mission. So it's all up to Agate from there on. Chloe here in our party, I can now equip her with stuff. She has invited Estelle and Joshua to help her with her school play at the Royal Academy. So after this mission, we'll be heading to the Royal Academy to start the school arc of the anime.
The enemy is powerful. Careful!
There he is. Hey. Oh, he's got eggs chasing him too. I think these things explode when they die. Oh, on a 5-stream streak. Enjoy your bundle of dosh. Help me. Joshua, let's go. Yeah.
You'll face me!
morale. Definitely morale.
Time to strike! I'm counting on you.
Okay. They're weak to water, and luckily, Chloe is a water mage. Water white mage.
I'll show no
He's
mercy.
slimy. Aqua bleed, chaos burn. I suppose I should just fucking cast him down. There's not a whole lot to warrant the use of chaos burn, so let's kill this one.
Rest you.
Gets one down. Do they explode? They do explode. Okay. Definitely keep my distance. Self-destruct. Not to bleed because it's targeted. Easy moves.
Let us begin.
Splash the egg. Kaboom. And that's that. No XP. Looks like we made it in time. You said it. That was a really close call. Are you injured? No, I'm fine. Orvid. Thanks to you, I don't even have a scratch on. What the? I know you from somewhere. Now that you mention it. Oh, that's right. You're that country girl from Roland. Ah! You're that shrimp scavenging, money grubbing merchant. Estelle, you're being rude. You still haven't learned basic manners, I see. Just what you'd expect from a backwoods hillbilly. Fucking hillbillies. Oh, shut up. You're just some obsessive foodie who puts people in danger. I'm sure you're looking for something gross to eat again. Indeed. I've just harvested some precious rare vegetables. It's that guy. His vegetables are even more unique than the firefly mushroom. Goddamn hillbillies. I'm sure my next business meeting will be a success. Oh ho ho, the way you said that. You couldn't sell that stinky shroom after all, huh? Shut up. It just so happened that there was no demand for it. Estelle. When you hear wild vegetables, doesn't it remind you of something? Now that you mention it. You mean Amelia. We met her in Minoria Village. Did you say Amelia? Amelia happens to be the name of my niece. Huh? Then are you the uncle that Amelia was talking about? It certainly seems that way. What about her? Amelia requested that we escort you for your safety. But when we arrived in Minoria, you had already left. I suppose that is what happened. I do regret causing Amelia grief. But it simply couldn't be helped. I needed to find a showstopper for my next business meeting, you see. Because of that, you were almost some monster's next meal. That business meeting would have been the least of your worries. When you go back, be sure to say sorry to Amelia. She must be worried sick by now. Alright, fair enough. Once the meeting in Grancel is off my plate, I promise I'll apologize to her. Good, we'll hold you to that. Well, we should be getting back. We'll escort you to town. Ah, thank you. Please, guide the way. Did I actually escort him?
Seems like I've made Amelia worry.
I do. Okay, I can just run past everything
We'll
though.
bring you back safe. Let's go tell her.
Ain't no way I'm
ASAP.
fucking fighting shit with this guy. Hell no. Because if he dies, that's GG. Just kind of speed boost. Turbo.
By the way, do these random plants you found even make Mira?
What are you saying? Of course they do. Roots and mushrooms can go for thousands on Mira.
Some are used for medicine, too.
The rarer they are, the more valuable they become.
Man, that's pretty amazing.
What the fuck? Am I not going to Minoria? Or did I run past it? Oh, I went the wrong way, I see. I love escort missions. Yeah. At least in this game you can run past monsters and just not fight. And the NPC stays with you, so This was a fucking pain in the original. This is far enough. Let's part ways here. I have to thank you for today. So, what do you think? How about we bury the hatchet and forget about what happened last time? It seems that we're bound by fate after all. If possible, I'd like for us to maintain a positive working relationship in the future as well. So he says. What do you think, Estelle? Well, if you insist, Arvid, then I suppose I don't mind. Congratulations, you two have finally made up. I hope to work with you again in the future. Yes, I'm happy to hear it. Farewell, until next time.
All done. That was...
Okay, that is the final side quest. I'm going to hand us in. And we will begin the school arc.
Time to depart.
We'll do a little bit of it, like for like 45 minutes, and then I'm gonna end.
I'm all ears.
I'm a little tired.
Keep it up.
Alrighty. Alright.
Time to depart.
Thank you, fast travel. Genus Royal Academy.
Wow. So this is the Royal Academy. This place feels so calm and peaceful. It's great.
It's quiet, too. It must be an ideal place for studying.
That's just because everyone's in class right now. But as soon as classes end, it'll get noisy in no time. Especially with the festival coming up.
That makes sense. So everyone really is busy with preparations.
Exactly. I'd like to introduce you to the student council president, but sadly she's in class as well. So, I'll show you how to get to the headmaster's office for now.
The headmaster's office?
Yes. We're going to the office of Headmaster Collins, the man who oversees the Royal Academy. You'll find it on the right, at the far end of the main building on the first floor.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
All right, then let's go say hello to the headmaster first.
I think I still remember
I
the
wouldn't
layout of
expect
this
anything
place.
less from the prestigious Royal Academy. The garden is gorgeous.
The custodian takes good care of it.
Damn, this place looks awesome in
I help
3D.
out a little sometimes too.
That must make it an even better place for the students.
Even in the old game, in the 2D version, it looked huge. The janitor. Hello, Headmaster Collins. I've returned. Look at this Dumbledore looking guy.
Ah, welcome back, Chloe. And these young folks are?
Nice to meet you, sir. We're from the Bracer Guild.
Oh, impressive indeed. To be bracers already at your age. I heard news of a fire at the orphanage. Was that what brought you here?
Well, actually... Chloe explained the current situation, including details of the arson. You just say one agent story was sick, by the way. I think I'm in Act 2 of the agent story. Chinese secretion word too much. That every single time he's fucking forgivable. Yeah, the agent story, you can basically play light or dark. I think it's best to just do what seems the most logical choice for the agent, because you are basically, you're the entire reason, you're what's propping up the Sith.
I see. That is truly terrible to hear. I wish there were more we could do to help. For now, we will have to put our all into making sure that they will have a grand time at the festival. Everything begins somewhere.
I agree. And for the play, I was thinking of having Estelle and Joshua here assist us.
That's a wonderful idea. Estelle, Joshua, we are counting on you.
Oh, of course. We'll do our very best.
I've entrusted all matters of the play to our student council president, Jill. She is directing it as well, so you will need to speak to her for details. And on my end, I'll arrange your accommodation in the dormitory.
Huh? The dormitory.
Indeed. There is precious little time until the festival, after all. Most likely you will need to practice well into the night. Thus, you will need somewhere to stay, will you not?
Oh, I get it now. Might be a big help.
Oh, it's almost time for classes to end. Chloe, why don't you introduce the bracers to Jill?
Yes. Estelle, Joshua, I'll show you the way to the student council room next. They have a room up on the right side of the second floor. Got it. Let's head over.
Whoa, there are even more students now.
It's always this lively once classes are finished.
It's not here. Keep quiet in hallways. Please follow rules. Fact. Maybe a different building. Just be this way. Yeah, this way. Okay.
Hey, Chloe.
The clubhouse.
Oh, they'll be helping us out with the school festival and...
Seems like we're attracting some attention.
Are you hungry?
Yep. What to pick? What to
Salad
pick?
sandwich.
Take your time to choose.
Genesis. Oh shit. That's a really good.
I got it.
Come again.
Kinda puts me on edge.
I'm swamped. Inspect the stalls. Check. Budget allocation. Good. And all the invitations have been sent out just fine.
So the only thing left is the play, right? At this rate, you think we'll end up having to do it ourselves?
Well, me maybe, but you're off the table. Remember how horrifying you looked during the costume fitting?
Don't remind me. It haunts me in my dreams.
Jill, Hans, I'm back.
Chloe? We heard about the fire. How completely awful.
Are the matron and the kids all right?
Yes. Thankfully, everyone is safe. But the orphanage building was completely burned down.
Chin up.
Oh, I didn't mean
There's
to.
nothing to gain from
Sorry,
worrying.
Hans.
We've got to focus on making this festival one those kids will never forget.
Mm-hmm. That was what Matron Teresa told me too. I'm going to give it my all.
At your best, you're as good as 100 people. I'm counting on you. By the way, I've been dying to ask you, just who might these two be?
Nice to meet you. My name's Estelle.
I'm Joshua. Pleased to meet you.
Oh, so you're the bracers Chloe was talking about.
I brought them, just as promised. And they both said they'd be happy to help.
Thank goodness, that's a relief. Nice to meet you, Estelle and Joshua. I'm Jill Ridnor, the Student Council President, and also the director of this here play.
And I'm the vice president, Hans. I'm in charge of the script and stage direction. Nice to meet you both.
The kids oh yeah, the kids did survive. I probably should have mentioned that. Yes, the kids and the matron are completely okay. They managed to escape because of their mysterious savior.
Mm-hmm. Likewise.
Looking forward to working with you.
Anyway...
Yes?
I mean, I expected it from a bracer, but you sure do look like the athletic type. Estelle, do you know how to fight with a sword?
Yeah, I'm decent enough, I guess. My specialty is with the staff, but I've learned a bit of sword fighting from my dad, too.
Perfect! Then it's settled. You're going to have a one-on-one sword fight with Chloe.
A one-on-one sword fight?
For the play, of course.
In the climax, there's a duel between two knights. It's supposed to be an impactful scene that brings the finale to life. But unfortunately, none of the girls are as skilled as Chloe. This girl even took out the guys at the fencing tournament, after all.
Wow, that's amazing.
Oh, by the way, her opponent in the finals was none other than our very own Hans.
Yeah, no need to rub it in. But look, I'm no pushover. Chloe's just in a league of her own.
The game got dark fast as soon as we were talking. No, no. It does, but no, the orphans are all okay.
I may be good, but only for a student. I don't think I could even come close to a professional like Estelle.
Oh, come on. You're just being modest. But if
I would
that's the
say
case, I
first
think I can help
chapter
out a bit.
does get kind of dark, but really all at the end of the game. The series in general does have some pretty dark moments. Off the top of my head, the third game is probably the darkest game in the entire series. I really hope they go ahead and remake that, but that won't be for a few years. So, but
Let's do our best together, Chloe.
we kind of tapered off with the like I said, the games in this series will have highs, and then they'll kind of taper off, kind of have you relax a bit, have another high, relax a bit in terms of drama.
Right. I'm looking forward to it.
This is one of those
Even
tapered
so.
off parts of the game. The school arc.
It's not every day you see a play featuring a duel between two female knights.
Yeah, 2 is supposed to come out in September, I think. Which I'm looking forward to.
Female knights? They're both going to play bona fide male knights. What?
And as for Joshua, I have absolutely no criticisms. He's pretty much the perfect specimen.
Specimen?
Yeah, I hate to admit it, but I agree.
So about this play, what's the story like?
It's called Madrigal of the White Flower. It's a famous story set in the royal capital around the time the nobility system was abolished. 2 knights, one of noble birth and the other a simple commoner, compete for the love of a royal princess. But despite their social standings, all 3 are childhood friends. However, the schemes and intrigues of the noble and common factions come into play. Well, it has an unquestionably happy ending, though.
That sounds like a nice story.
Just got you FF Tactics. Oh, nice. Yeah, FF Tactics looks nice. You might stream it. Ooh, definitely sit out on that one. Tactics, other than 9, Tactics is one of my favorite Final Fantasy games for its story. I like Ramses' entire arc.
So, why are the girls playing the male roles?
That's the unique and exciting twist for this year's school festival. We're going to gender switch the roles.
I never played the advanced ones. I always hear good things about Tactics Advanced, though.
You're switching roles between the boys and girls? Wow! I'm surprised the teachers actually allowed that.
We must break free from sexism, liberation from gender roles. I spun up a bunch of reasons like that and pushed it through. To be very honest, I only wanted to do this because it sounded fun.
Oh, Jill.
You know the world's going downhill when someone like her is student council president.
It does sound pretty fun, though.
Hold on. Judging from that context, this major role you're asking me to play is...
You're a real lifesaver, man.
Thanks, Chloe. You sure found us some good ones.
I'm very sorry, Joshua.
Game's gone woke. This is in the game 20 years ago, too. It's been woke, man.
So this is the costume, huh? You said I'd be playing a knight, so I thought I'd be wearing armor or something.
It's hard to do all the acting and combat with full armor, so no. We decided to base them off the Royal Guard outfit instead.
Ah, I see. With Chloe's short hair, she really does look the part.
They look badass.
Thank you very much.
I see Joshua in a dress.
It looks wonderful on you
Speaking
too,
of femboys.
Estelle.
You think so? Anyway, why are our outfits different colors?
That's not Joshua, that's Chloe. He's got boobs. Don't worry, I made that exact mistake earlier. I healed Chloe thinking it was Joshua, because Joshua was dying. I was like, shit, I gotta heal up Chloe.
I'm playing Oscar the Azure Knight, a commoner. You're playing Julius the Crimson Knight, a noble. Our outfits represent the distinct color schemes of each
They do have
faction.
the same hair.
Oh,
Other than
get
Josh
it
is
now.
being slightly darker.
So that means Joshua is...
The White Princess who cherishes the two knights, Her Highness Cecilia. Now, Princess, this way, please.
Wait a second. I'm not mentally prepared yet.
Damn, look at those locks. I hate that he pulls it off. Look how pretty he is. Joshua, you're beautiful. He's even got makeup on.
Oh.
All the girls are stunned.
Could someone please say something?
They like seeing him in the dress.
I don't think I can bear this silence any longer.
Wow. I mean, you look like a real princess.
I'm amazed. You look so beautiful.
Yeah, hold your head high, man. If I didn't know it was you, I'd probably try and hit on you.
I appreciate your honesty. Not that I'm happy to hear it.
Oh
I knew
no.
I was right.
Oh no. Oh no, she's got the glint in the glasses. You know what this means. He wants to die.
With this casting, there's no doubt the play will appeal to a wide audience. All right, guys, let's do our best and make this the best stage play ever.
Yeah.
He starts sniffling. Fuck. From that night on, Estelle and Joshua stayed in the girls' and boys' dormitories separately.
Well then, Estelle, please, take the bed by the doorway.
Will do. So, you and Jill are roommates, huh?
Cloud Strife type, yeah.
No wonder you two are so close.
Gotta kind of fold your hands daintily in front of yourself.
We've been close ever since we entered the academy.
I'd say we're roommates and inseparable. For better or for worse. By the way, Estelle, I have a suggestion.
What is it?
Why don't you just enjoy student life while you're here, instead of thinking of it as a job as a bracer? I don't think it'll hurt to let loose while you're here. And I'll treat you like a fellow student. That'll be easier for me, too.
You know, that actually sounds like a good idea.
In that case, I'd like to request that you treat me as a peer as well. I think that would feel more natural for the both of us.
Oh, really? Well then, if you guys insist. I think I'll have fun while I can. I'm looking forward to being your temporary roommate.
Yes, likewise.
It's just us girls here, so feel free to make yourself at home. So long as we're in here, there's not a single guy to worry about.
That said, there's nothing admirable about being sloppy.
You're such a goody two-shoes.
Sloppy.
Always acting all prim and proper.
How rude.
Talk about
Well,
auto refix just sound
naughty
like
girls
translating
like
weird
you
English.
don't
Yeah.
get any baked
Some
treats.
localization is warranted because it doesn't. It's not that kind of system in English, so.
Oh no, I was kidding. Lady Chloe.
At the
I
same
beg
time,
you
if it was a
forgive my
literal translation, I wouldn't
impertinent
mind either.
disrespect.
I would just chalk it up to being some cultural thing I'm missing context on.
Still no. I require you to deeply reflect on your actions. Oh?
Something wrong, Estelle? You're totally staring at us.
Oh, I think I was feeling a little jealous.
Jealous?
I mean, I have close friends back in Roland too, but we mostly just stay over at each other's houses. I was just thinking how nice it'd be to live together too.
What do you think of that, Chloe?
How should I put this? I find it a little hard to understand why Estelle is jealous of us.
Huh?
I know, right? It's like, seriously, the hell's this girl on about?
What? Why?
Listen here, you. Do you realize who you've been traveling with this whole time? I mean, you literally lived in the same house together, right?
Wait a second. Are you talking about Joshua?
Yes, of course.
You're parading around with one of the finest specimens to ever grace our academy, and you're jealous of us?
Of course, they fight over Joshua. like, not now, girls. I have to brood.
You know, there are thirsty girls in all-female dorms dying for company like that.
Oh, please. Josh was like a brother to me, okay? We've been living together like family for years now.
Oh, like family, did you say?
Oh no. What have you done, Jill? Don't glint your glasses like that. Not in this context, please. Step bro. Keep telling yourself that, step sis.
That might be how you feel, but can you say the same for Joshua too?
You see what she's doing? She's terrible. Somebody squirt her next. She needs a towel.
Huh?
I heard that it's difficult for teenage boys to control themselves.
Oh my god.
Especially if they've got a natural, healthy beauty like you nearby.
Oh my god.
Who knows what he's going through?
Oh, I feel bad for Estelle. He's making her too horny. You just know Estelle, there was never a time Estelle thought about him like that. Never. Look at her. There's no way. Teenage boys can't control themselves. I actually feel really bad for Estelle. You just seen all of her naivety and innocence shattered.
Jill, that's enough. I'm very sorry, Estelle. Jill has a bad habit of teasing others when she gets excited.
Hey, come on. What do you mean, bad habit?
Am I wrong?
You're not.
Come on, don't scare me like that. That's impossible. There's no way Joshua would feel.
Oh, someone's feeling self-conscious.
Oh no.
Jill!
Whoops, almost forgot. I have to go submit the daily report before bed. Good night, girls. Don't worry about waiting up for me.
Don't bully the stupid girl.
Goodness. Oh, Estelle, if it's okay with you, I'd be happy to lend you a pair of my pajamas. Estelle?
Huh?
She's like, technically Joshua isn't my real brother. Technically Joshua is adopted.
Oh, pajamas. Right. Thanks. I'll take whatever you got.
It's still fucking weird though. I don't... And so, Estelle and Joshua's school life began unexpectedly. The school arc. What time is it? Go a little longer. Back asleep. Waking up surrounded by friends of the same age, they headed off to class together. In the morning, they attended classes alongside the other students. At lunchtime, they enjoyed lighthearted conversations over their food. And after school, strict rehearsals continued into the night. And so their hectic yet joyous school life passed by in a flash. And then, on the day before the festival. And then...
My friend, so it has come to this.
Dramatic.
It was always fated that we would one day settle this as rivals. Draw your blade for the burdens each of us bears, and for the princess we cherish above all.
Destiny is a path carved by one's own hand. my solemn duty, the princess's smile. Both seem so distant now.
Have you lost your nerve, Oscar?
But what is this raging passion that burns through my soul? It seems I, too, can scarcely resist the urge to face you with all my might. Before the tempest, a revolution consumes all in its path. Let fate be decided by the sword!
Oh, may the goddess of the sky bear witness to the souls of us both. Come, let us duel.
I.
Woohoo! Finally got it! No mistakes!
It was such a powerful performance.
But I'm still no match for you, Chloe. You almost never mess up your lines, do you?
I've been reviewing the script for quite some time now. But I'm only just
Skybear?
catching up to your sword skills, Estelle. Thank you very much for the extra lessons.
Oh, no problem. I mean, you've already got the basics. Honestly, I bet you could pass the bracer test in no time if you wanted to.
You flatter me. Tomorrow is the big day, at last. I hope Matron Teresa and the children will enjoy the play.
You really care about them, don't you? They're just like family. Oh, sorry. Was that rude?
No, it's not that. You're exactly right, Estelle. The one who taught me the importance of family was Matron Teresa, after all. I lost both my parents soon after I was born.
What?
I was taken in by wealthy relatives, so I lived a life without hardship, but I never knew what a family was. Until that day, 10 years ago, when I met Matron Teresa and Mr. Joseph.
10 years ago? Do you mean during the 100-Day War?
Yes, I happened to be in Rouen then. While fleeing from the Imperial Army, I got separated from everyone I knew. That was when Matron Teresa and her husband, Mr. Joseph, took me in.
So that's how you know them.
It was only for a few months, until the war ended and my relatives came to pick me up. But Matron Teresa and Mr. Joseph treated me so kindly. And that was how I learned just what having a mother and father means to a child. And I learned how warm a home with family could feel.
Chloe.
My apologies. I didn't mean to bore you going on and on like that.
No, not at all. Let's do our absolute best to make tomorrow's play a hit.
Yes.
It might be bad luck saying this, but I just know it's going to go well. Jill and Hans worked so hard on it too.
Yes, that is very true. But more than anyone else, I think the true star of the show is Joshua. I never knew he was such a wonderful actor.
Yeah. He looked so reluctant at first, but he totally
She's always
gets
so
the
positive.
role,
Which
doesn't
one?
he?
I mean, they're both really positive. Chloe? Or Estelle?
His voice projection, his delivery,
Estelle.
they're nothing short
Yeah.
of...
Estelle is one of my favorite female protagonists for JRPGs.
Does he have experience with stage acting?
Estelle, after all, is Bestel.
Honestly, I don't really know much about
Every
his
sad
life
in the world
before I
case
met
and it
him.
makes her bitter.
Whatever happened to him, he never seems to want to talk about it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pried.
Don't worry about it. But I gotta say, Joshua's the type of guy who's good at everything. Seriously, he's always unfazed and relaxed. He never acts cute at all. Well, I guess he does get flustered every now and then, though. What's wrong?
I wonder if it would have been better if our roles were reversed.
Huh?
I mean, Julius and Oscar. I just feel like you would have been a better Oscar than me.
Huh? Why? I mean, sure. I think playing Oscar would be easier for me than a noble like Julius, but
No, that's not what I meant. I'm referring to the end of the play.
Oh, the part where the princess and Oscar.
Ooh. Is very much a shonen protag. I think it's stronger. Man, you want to talk shonen protags? In the Trail series, it's very minor spoilers. But at the same time, it's not, because I'm talking about probably the most popular protagonist in this series is Rin from Cold Steel. He is the shonen man. That's also like, it's like 5 games from now though, so.
Yes.
Joshua's one lucky guy, isn't he?
Damn, dude.
Or, wait, Chloe, do you mean you're uncomfortable doing it?
No, not at all. I just
A man screaming a lot, that's
too.
pretty accurate to Rin.
Oh, please.
There's a lot of
You're
anime
starting to
in the
sound like
Cold Steel
Jill.
games. There's a lot of the charge up yells.
I'm pretty sure Joshua only sees me as a troublesome little sister.
You really think so?
He and Dad are always treating me like I'm a little kid. Honestly, it's so annoying. Anyway, you've got absolutely nothing to worry about, okay?
I understand.
Ah, there you are.
Joshua!
You boost your power level, yeah.
You're here too, Hans?
The rehearsal's over. Were you two still practicing? That's some serious dedication.
How's the duel coming along?
Great! You can count on us. We're going to nail it.
That's great to hear. I'm looking forward to it.
By the way, did you need something? You seem to be looking for us.
Oh, yeah. Today is Estelle and Joshua's last night in the dorms, right? So, we thought we should all have dinner together to get in the mood for tomorrow.
Oh, that sounds great. I'm in.
I'd like to join as well.
By the way, where's Jill?
The headmaster called her to his office just a little while ago. I'll go get her.
I'll come too. Save us some seats in the dining hall.
Sure thing. Let's head to the dining hall then.
Roger that, boss.
I'm not your boss.
Okay, Joshua.
Looks like those two are getting along well. I was a little worried, because Joshua usually keeps people at arm's length, but... What's so funny?
No, it's nothing.
Well, alright, we should go get changed. It's a bit embarrassing walking around in our stage costumes.
Indeed.
Because he's the chosen one.
Okay, that's better. Time to go grab Jill.
Chosen one! I'm coming.
Yes, let's head to the headmaster's office.
Practice is over, but I still feel like stretching my legs.
I feel a little lightheaded from all the tension and excitement, too.
Oh boy, lots of sub-events. Okay.
How about we take a walk around the academy to wind down?
Janitor Parks. Oh, what am I to do now? At this rate, the schoolyard won't be decorated in time. The students who were helping me suddenly got too busy. Joshua's the one that goes all out, yeah. And he always says, "Forgive me, master. I must go all out just this once." Look at all these empty spaces where decorations have been put up yet. That's too bad. Yeah, I see the banner that should be in the middle isn't there. It's definitely not up to snuff. You think so too? Say, if you find any spots that are missing decorations, let me know. I'll head there immediately to work on it. I think you'll find places like that if you look carefully. So we just have to look for bare spots like this that need some sprucing up. Alright, can do. We'll let you know if we notice anything. Great, thank you kindly. I actually finished the school arc. I think this part's actually kind of short. So I think it ends after the festival. Or the day of the festival. Luckily, all of these are marked. These are not marked in the original. You get to go and find them. And start hitting your X button while hugging the walls and try and find every single one. Would you say you hang a banner here? The door on the opposite side has one. No half measures. Spared no expense. Hey, you're right. You better go and tell Mr. Parks about it. Yes, let's do that. Ah, this one's pretty obvious. Alright, time for me to get to work. We'll help too. Oh, thank you kindly. If you don't mind, I'd love a helping hand. That up. Alright, that should do it. If you find anywhere else, you can come and let me know. You got it. Understood. Still looks weird with no gloves. Okay, another one this way. So not this one. What's the boys' dorm? Okay, I think I can just go in here. Here's all finish it, follow the quick 3-hour session call tonight. Oh god. Phew. You guys get a lot of me. But I must squall out just this once. Not to worry. I'll be streaming again tomorrow and the day after. More trails. I'm addicted. Okay, I was told to come in here, but for reason. Quick 45-minute adventure in and out. You son of a bitch, I'm in. Why am I told to come in here? I don't even know you're gone. Around? Okay, blah blah blah. There's a prompt in here somewhere. The game decided it does not want to tell me exactly where. After telling me exactly where everything else is. Mr. Alfred. I might have borrowed the keys to old school buildings. I need prompts to play, but it's been quite some time now. He's still not back. A lot of dorm kids aren't back yet, but still around for curfew. There's something in here. This is outside. It's weird, these guys wouldn't be marked with a blue exclamation point. Dennis. No, nothing. It must be outside. What the fuck? Addicted to watching this at the moment. It has that effect, dude. It really has that effect. The only reason I was late is because the Bears played tonight. Oh, how did they do? Hopefully trains take too long tomorrow. I'll be able to catch the full stream. Oh, that's right. You start your new job tomorrow. Hopefully hopefully it's a good day. A good day for you tomorrow. So I'm bringing in some dosh. Some dosh. And tomorrow I'll be starting between 9 to 10 EST. It's usual time. Is it not here? I see the exclamation point, but I don't see prompt. Oh, there we go. I had to examine the door, of course. Oh? I think some flags are missing from here. You remember how the other buildings had flags up front? The series is amazing. I'm having sim ship, still finding character for still ends, so this is why I'm committed. Probably keep watching even when we get the spoilable. Even if spoil, like I played through this game already. I know how the plot goes from here on, and I still like playing this. The remake is really fun. Like, story aside, this game is a lot of fun. The Bears. Bears lost by 1 score. Aw, and a nailed it. Maybe that's okay. He's already won division. Have a guaranteed playoff spot. Oh, that's right. Nice. So no big loss then. It was a mulligan, as they say. Oh, you're right. The decoration isn't done here yet. Let's go let Mr. Parks know. Hey, you're right. Thanks for finding this. Alright, time for me to get to work. We'll also help out. Yep, let's do it. Oh, thank you kindly. If you don't mind, please do. Alright, that should do it. If you find anywhere else, you come and let me know. You got it. I understand. Okay. There's one more spot here. Where the flags are. Yep, okay. Maybe. Is something wrong? A flag string is missing here. Look, the opposite side has one. Oh, you're right. I'm impressed you noticed it, Estelle. Considering you're kind of a... Never mind. Kind of an airhead. Say it nicely. Nothing to it. Anyway, let's go tell Mr. Parks about it. Yes, let's go. I think he says the same thing here. How'd you notice this one? It's one of the smaller details, but I better get to work. Alright, helping crew, let's do it. Let's do that. Thanks for your help. Alright, that should do it. Phew, I think that's all of them. Your kids really helped me big time. Oh no, don't worry about it. School festivals don't happen every day, so I get wanting to get things right. Yes, exactly. It's a festival for us, so of course we should be helping out. I guess you're right about that. Well, we staff are all looking forward to the school festival too. Sounds good. We'll be sure to deliver. We'll do our very best. Good luck to you all. Ba-da-ding.
It's so satisfying to see all the decorations finally done.
Okay, so
Yes,
I'm
the
gonna do that one
anticipation
last
is
over there.
palpable.
Do this one next. Extra BP is always nice.
Are you hungry?
Miss Viola is a real beauty. And she gets major points for that easygoing, down-to-earth attitude. Oh man, Hans. But that contrast between Miss Millia's ice-cold glare and her secretly caring nature, it just can't be beaten. There's just something about cool older women with glasses, you know what I mean? Dude, Hans is based. Well, I'm not gonna argue with that. But if that's how you feel, how about Jill? Whoa, I'm not saying that glasses are all that matters. It's the mature beauty of an older lady that I'm into. Dude, Hans. Are you blushing? No, I told you, it's not happening. I thought they were getting us seats. This is what they're up to? Seriously, boys. I never expected Joshua would discuss such things. It caught me a little off guard. Fine. How about that you then, Joshua? How far have you gone with Estelle? Holy shit, man. Sorry, to clear my throat. That caught me off guard. Dude, they already know Estelle and Joshua are like step siblings, so it's kind of weird that he would just ask. So how far have you gone with your stepsis, Joshua? You fucking freak. Oh my. Hans knows what's good. That's one of the crushes on teachers. There's always that one, you know? There's always one. Wait, could it be you've... Sorry to burst your bubble, but we haven't done a single thing you're imagining. I'm not sure how to put it, but that's not the kind of relationship we have. Really? Dang. I thought you two looked pretty good together. In that case, how about taking a shot at Chloe? You two had great chemistry on the stage. Not gonna lie, I think you'd be a great pair. What are you even saying? Shall we head for the headmaster's office? Oh, right. We should go and get Jill. Estelle's not comfortable with this kind of banter. Logan. Oh, hi Chloe. Hello there, Logan. Are you still working on your exhibition project? Yes, I'm very close to finishing. But I can't find the materials that would back up my research. Oh, that does sound like a problem. There's an old encyclopedia trilogy called Rohan's Economic History. It seems like it's been taken out of the archives. If you happen to see it anywhere around the academy? I don't think I've noticed any books like that. Drat, they had to be somewhere. If you do find them, please tell me. Understood. We'll keep an eye out and definitely bring them back to you if we see them. And over here. Volume 1.
Ruan's Economic History. Chloe, do you know what it's about?
Yes, just a little. We learn about it in class, too.
I don't get it at all.
Okay, 2. Oh, that's volume 3. If I remember correctly, a friend who borrowed that book never returned it. Could you take it with you and drop it off for me? I'd really appreciate it. Sure, gladly. So that's 3. Here's a volume 2. I may know where it is. We're gonna go this way now. To the other sub-event. Old schoolhouse. Outdoors. Make. Damn it. What's going on here? What's up with that? I don't know. But it does look serious. Hey, what's wrong? I like his hair. Hey, don't stand by the door. Who knows, some monsters might suddenly pop out of there. Monsters? There are monsters in the building? Yeah, lots. Lots and lots of huge ones, just past those doors. This building is a former schoolhouse at the academy. Under normal circumstances, the entrance is locked up, but I borrowed the key from Mr. Elford.